Muy buenos días, mundo. Muy buenos días. Y feliz semana para todos ustedes. Hoy, ¿de qué estamos enojados, no? Es como la tendencia de todo, güey. No mames. No podemos tener un mundial porque ya todo el mundo se pelea por pendejadas mucho más grandes. En el pasado era más chido, la neta. Todo el mundo emputadísimo y diciendo puras pendejadas, todos enojados. Ya ni me puedo enojar porque me hacen, no quiero ser parte de la bola. Ya no me enojo, ya no me importa nada. Lo han logrado, han roto a un buen hombre, ¿no? ¿Cómo ese chiste? El de, no, lo han intentado, no sé qué pedo. Güey, Cucurella se come una paella, Cucurella se toma una estrella, Cucurella, no, qué cabrón, ganó España, güey, no lo puedo creer. Qué chingón, qué chingón. Y piénsenlo para mi vieja, es su primer mundial. Muchos se preguntan, ¿no? ¿Por qué Salo apoya a España? En esta casa tenemos 3 pasaportes. Somos mexicanos, somos gringos y somos españoles, de pasaporte, ¿ok? Mi mujer es española, vivió en España 10, 15 años de su vida. Si le pusiera atención a lo que me dice, te diría exactamente cuántos años, pero vivió en España una gran parte de su vida, ¿no? Entonces, para Belén este fue el primer mundial que le pone atención, ¿no? La primera vez que lo ve. Eh, Ella, española, no sé, desde el principio, ¿no? Porque ella es mitad italiana y mitad española. Italia no la hizo al mundial, entonces dijo, güey, pues voy a apoyar a España. Fue la que escogió desde el principio. Su primer partido y mi primer partido de mundial, fuimos a ver España contra Bélgica, que le ganó España a Bélgica y quedó España campeón del mundo. Es su primer mundial, es su primera experiencia. Y ahora ahora estoy muy triste que se acabó. Estuvo poca madre y pues qué chingón para Belén que le haya salido así la cosa. Y para mis hermanos argentinos, tíos, estuvo bueno todo y que hayan llegado a defender la copa, güey, ¿qué más quieres también, no? No todo lo puede hacer Messi, el equipo de España está sólido de a madre, sólido, sólido, sólido. Y Argentina no tenía esos momentotes, ¿no? Ahora no me voy a meter a jugar a decirles que de fútbol ustedes saben mejor que yo. Es otra cosa que los va a hacer enojar, ¿no? Porque ya están bien emputados. Entonces, hoy vamos a hablar de otra cosa. Este fin de semana, para llegar y tocarle los huevos al título de este video, que es ya tocamos fondo, ¿no? Estamos ante la pregunta, ya tocamos fondo. ¿Por qué nos estamos haciendo esta pregunta? No es porque yo quiera, es porque muchos de ustedes me han escrito a decirme que, güey, creo que sí compraste el fondo de cripto. Y la razón por qué lo están haciendo, y los estoy viendo, bola de cabrones, es por esto. Un segundo y permítanme presentarles esto. Para empezar, vamos a ver, aquí está. Para empezar, tenemos al presidente Trump regalándole aire acondicionado al equipo de España. Se lo merece por completo, absolutamente. Qué bueno que se puedan llevar su unidad portátil. Quien haya hecho esto es un puto crack, un genio. En fin, este güey es por esto que todo el mundo me lo están mandando. Doctor Profit. No sé quién verga es este güey, no tengo ni puta idea. Para mí, yo alguien que no conozco y que no sé su cara y que no está en todos lados, etcétera, no es una persona real. Entonces, no tengo ni puta idea quién sea. Le voy a dar el beneficio de la duda, pero este güey hizo un mega choro de cómo él hizo el corto desde arriba en los 120,000 y luego ahora esto ya había tocado fondo, ¿no? Este post tiene 2 millones de vistas. Esto es lo que todo el mundo está referenciando, está haciendo referencia a. Entonces, ¿vimos el fondo? Les voy a decir esto. No, perdón. No puedo decir que sí, no puedo decir que no todavía, pero les voy a dar porcentajes porque me caga cuando la gente dice, no, es que sí puede ser, pero no. Les voy a dar porcentajes de cómo lo veo y de todas maneras mi estrategia está puesta a que no hayamos visto el fondo tal cual. Ahorita, aunque ya estoy bien posicionado, basado en que pienso y estoy agarrándome los huevos diciendo que el fondo no está tan abajo como todo el mundo piensa. ¿Ok? Para mí un fondo bueno, o sea, que vuelva a caer, etcétera, hasta 12% más estoy preparado, ¿no? Estoy bastante preparado. Ya si llega a caer mucho más, pues bien, güey, qué chingón. Vamos a ver qué pedo. Pero yo le doy 65% de probabilidades a que no hemos visto el fondo. ¿Por qué? Lo había dicho yo también este fin de semana. Algo padre nos habían dado el fin de semana que nos dijo, ¿sabes qué? Puede que haya una posibilidad y les voy a compartir eso con ustedes. Ay, güey, me acabo de ver, un segundo. Aquí está. Ay, deja de estarme vendiendo cosas, pinche Twitter de cagada. Esto, y también la gente me lo preguntó, no entiendo, pues no están viendo los videos, carnales. Les dije, si escalan la guerra contra o con Irán y Bitcoin hace y no hace nuevos mínimos la próxima semana, estamos ante un setup de jamás otra vez, ¿eh? No canten victoria, falta que sea verdad. Acuérdense que el estrecho de Hormuz y todos los estrechos cierran los fines de semana, pero abren de lunes a viernes. Acuérdense de eso, no nada más, para que lo tengan en mente. Y de esto mucha gente no sabe descifrar lo que quiere decir esto. Vamos a traducirlo al lenguaje de todo el mundo, ¿no? Porque pues, según yo más pendejo no puede ser, porque así lo escribí, porque yo soy un pendejo y así lo escribo, pero vamos a simplificarlo un poco más. Un setup de jamás es cuando, tienes que acordarte de esto, cuando algo, y cuando estoy hablando de, ya tocamos fondo, estamos hablando de Bitcoin, por cierto, y todo lo que tiene que ver con cripto. Mucha gente va a estar diciendo, entonces, ¿qué pedo con la bolsa de los micro semiconductores? Yo les estoy diciendo que esto es una oportunidad de compra de ese tipo de sectores. La razón por qué, tío, no te avisan cuando va a caer algo. No te dicen, güey, es la burbuja y todo el mundo sale corriendo porque es la burbuja. Te están intentando espantar. Eso es más obvio que, güey, las arrugas en mis huevos. Estamos hablando de cripto específicamente aquí porque es lo que nos interesa para este ciclo para adelante, porque más allá de que sea un ciclo de 4 años y estemos comprando la parte del fondo de este ciclo, creemos que este podría ser el ciclo que pompee cripto al infinito y al más allá. Por eso estamos interesados en ese sector, donde ya todo el mundo dice, no, güey, ahí ya no va a haber tantas ganancias, etcétera. No las va a haber en Bitcoin, pero sí en todo lo demás. Y ese va a ser el chiste, ¿no? De por qué tus amigos, los billonarios, te dicen que compres Bitcoin y no que compres inteligencia artificial y qué acciones están comprando ellos que les da 10 millones de veces el retorno. Pero bueno, eso es para otro tema. Esto tiene que ver con Bitcoin. Normalmente, y esto va en general para todo aquel que quiera aprender esto, cuando tienes un mercado que es bajista, estás viendo que los precios están cayendo de todo, ¿no? Sea en el sector que quieras. Tienes un mercado bajista y empiezan a darte malas noticias cuando ya estás abajo y que la gente ya está que se la lleva a la verga y la gente empieza a decir, güey, va a bajar más. Normalmente estás por la zona de un fondo, ¿ok? Además, cuando empieza a subir, y esto se los puedo repetir una vez más, lo siento para los que ya lo hayan aprendido y escuchado y se la sepan, pero uno de los mitos más grandes de este planeta es que te dicen güey, es que la incertidumbre es lo que no deja a los inversores entrar al mercado, ¿no, güey? Es una de las pendejadas más grandes del planeta, güey. Imagínate decir eso en voz alta. ¿Cuándo has tenido la certidumbre que la bolsa va a subir? ¿Cuándo en tu puta vida has dicho, güey, no? Y todos los analistas, definitivamente todo va a subir, ¿no? No existe eso. Ellos, la gente que controla completamente la bolsa y bueno, que se maneja por sí misma, también controlan todas las noticias, las narrativas y las guerras y todo esto. Es padrísimo porque suena una súper teoría de conspiración, pero es como funciona. Me encantaría que no fuera así, ¿no? Pero es así de pendejo este sistema. Así de fácil, como el de mantenerlos a todos bien emputados. Y lo que hacen es, cada que cae a un nuevo nivel, vamos a hablar específicamente de Bitcoin, hay malas noticias, peores noticias, peores noticias. Llegas al fondo y cuando llegas al fondo y empieza a subir, y te voy a dar el ejemplo del 2022, octubre, noviembre del 2022, cuando ya todo toca fondo, te dicen, güey, va a haber una guerra nuclear entre Europa y Putin. Trump, Putin, Putin, Trump, ¿no? Están dándote la última hora, hay actualizaciones cada 10 minutos de esta gran guerra nuclear que va a ocurrir y todos nos la comemos y decimos, güey, va a bajar más. Error, pendejo. Ante la incertidumbre, no va a bajar más, idiota. Está empezando a subir. Y no te das cuenta de ello. Simplemente dices, estamos ante otro rebote. Porque lo padre de estos mercados bajistas es cada que cae, si hay un rebote de 2% para arriba, toda la gente que es alcista y que ha sido alcista todo el tiempo es de, güey, ya nos vamos al cielo, ya nos vamos al cielo. Y lo que hacen es martillar esos pumps para abajo hasta que esa gente se rinde. Y ya una vez que empieza a subir, esa gente dice, no, güey, pues va a volver a bajar. Mejor me espero. Pues ve las malas noticias, va a haber una guerra nuclear, ¿no? Interesante que estemos ahorita ante la posibilidad de otra guerra nuclear. A nadie le parece extraño cómo todo se repite cada 4 años, como hace 4 años cerramos no sé qué puto pinche estrecho entre, ¿qué era? ¿Cuál es el pinche país este de mierda? Ucrania. En Ucrania, donde también reportaban que el trigo, como no iba a llegar y las semillas de no sé qué vergas, iba a haber problemas de comida y la energía iba a subir de precio. Todo idéntico hace 4 años. Y ahora también tenemos el setup de la guerra nuclear. Excelente. Diferente nombre, bla, bla, bla. Mismo ciclo, ¿no? Todo se repite. Diferentes actores, diferente escenario, diferente todo. Y cuando te dicen en octubre, noviembre, diciembre va a haber una guerra nuclear, pues todo el mundo dice, no, güey, ya nos han bajado Bitcoin cada vez que va a subir, nos lo han tirado, güey. Ya iba a subir y luego fue culpa de FTX. Y luego ya iba a subir antes de eso y fue culpa de que Terra explotara. Y luego iba a subir antes de eso y fueron las chichis de tu mamá que hicieron que explotara. Todas estas cosas tan negativas. Pues bien, encuentras fondo y empieza a subir poquito a poquito. El hijo de puta, ¿no? En medio de todos estos terrores de guerra nuclear. Bien, viene marzo del 2023, 3 meses después, 3 meses después. Y en lo que está a punto Bitcoin de superpompear, ¿qué te venden? Todos los bancos en Estados Unidos están a punto de colapsar. Todos, absolutamente todos. Ve cómo, no me acuerdo qué pinche banco internacional, el de Suiza, estaba a punto de explotar. Todo explota en mis cuentos, ¿no? Qué triste realidad. Entonces, los bancos iban a explotar, todo esto iba a perecer, y en eso Bitcoin empieza a subir. ¿Y qué es lo que le dicen a todo el mundo? Bitcoin está subiendo porque es una unidad de valor, no sé qué. Es como la narrativa chica de los pendejos y toda la gente inteligente, la macro, la que no invierte cuando, ¿cómo se dice? Cuando hay incertidumbre, como yo, dicen, no, pendejo, todo va a colapsar otra vez, los van a martillar otra vez para abajo. No, subió, pendejo, subió. Y luego subió tantito y se fue de ladito para arriba. Y por ahí de septiembre, octubre, noviembre de ese mismo año 2023, yo me acuerdo perfectamente porque estaba llegando a Qatar, pinche suerte de mierda. Y también, por supuesto, ¿no? Llego a Qatar, pasa lo de lo de Hamas, que es lo de, por eso le digo el setup de Hamas, ¿no? Que es cuando estos güeyes se meten en Israel, matan a no sé cuántos güeyes en un festival de no sé qué vergas y pues los convirtieron en un pinche estacionamiento después de eso, ¿no? Pero cuando ocurre todo eso, yo estoy llegando a Qatar y estos güeyes estaban aliados con Qatar. Entonces, por alguna razón ya definitivamente yo era aliado de Hamas, ¿no? Pues fue, ¿cómo te atreves a apoyar a Qatar? Güey, me están pagando una pinche la nota de mierda. ¿Qué quieres que haga, güey? Aquí ve, guarda tus principios y vete a rezar toda la iglesia porque eres mejor que todos. Yo no, güey. Si alguien me da un chingo de dinero, voy a hacer lo que sea. Me da igual. ¿No? Aquí, pinche gente súper moral, güey. Para empezar, yo ni sabía qué pedo. No entendía, no sé qué es jamás, pero todo, bueno, es que la gente lo empezó a ver. Ya saben, se vuelven expertos después de que ven 2 TikToks. Entonces ya saben todo y pues tienen que agarrar un lado. Cuando agarras un lado de algo, por cierto, por eso todo te tiene que valer verga. Es el secreto de la vida y es el secreto de la bolsa. Todo te tiene que valer verga. No, güey, ¿cómo puede ser sin corazón y la verga? No puedes hacer nada. Con todo tu gran corazoncito, no puedes hacer nada. Ya lo intenté toda mi vida, no funciona. El que te valga verga todo es lo que funciona. Entonces, puedes escoger el lado que quieras. Por cierto, a mí me da completamente igual. Me vale verga. ¡Tarán! Entonces, después de que te dijeron la guerra nuclear en octubre, noviembre del 2022, En marzo iban a explotar los bancos y las chichis de tu tía. Y luego, otra vez, en septiembre, octubre, noviembre, jamás va a explotar a toda la gente en Israel y los pobres judíos. Y toma, güey, le regalamos 100,000 millones de dólares a los judíos para que exploten y hagan un nuevo estacionamiento en Palestina. Y luego le dimos otros 100,000 millones de dólares a Zelensky. ¿Se acuerdan quién es Zelensky? Siempre tengo que preguntar esto porque creo que mucha gente ya se le olvidó quién es Zelensky. Pero es todavía el presidente, no por ley, porque en realidad se quedó ahí como, ¿no? Por estado de emergencia, de Ucrania. Y ahí sigue en esa guerra, nadie se acuerda de esa pinche guerra, pero ahí sigue la guerra, todos indignadísimos, pero ahí sigue la pinche guerra. Pinches gringos son unos cracks. Unas mierdas, pero unos cracks. Todo ese tiempo, cada que iba a subir todo, te dan malas noticias. Entonces, lo que yo les estaba diciendo, güey, ya nos dijeron la primera caída de Bitcoin esta vez, que iba a haber una guerra nuclear con Irán. Instantáneamente, ¿no? Cuando Bitcoin llegó a $60,000 en febrero, era una guerra nuclear con Irán. Luego vuelve a caer. Esta vez no fue tan malo. Esta vez fue combinación de dos cosas. Era Michael Saylor iba a explotar, como los bancos. Todo explota. Michael Saylor iba a explotar. Y luego, ¿cuál era la otra cosa que iba a explotar? Habían cohetes y misiles en todo mi feed, ¿no? Es que Kuwait se está peleando con... Nadie sabe ni dónde es cada uno de estos pinches países de mierda, pero todo el mundo está... Es que la guerra. Bien, tenemos dos eventos. Ahorita el presidente Trump, que este es un meme que lo han visto en todos lados, donde la gente dice, se merece el premio Nobel de la Paz porque ha acabado con la guerra en Irán 38 veces. Es el presidente que más guerras ha acabado. Tristemente vuelve a empezarlas, pero de que las ha acabado, las ha acabado. Cada domingo se acaba la guerra, el lunes tenemos paz y el viernes vuelve a empezar la guerra otra vez. Pero se acaba, entonces alguien tiene que darle al presidente Trump el premio de la paz y además las gracias por darle esos aires acondicionados a la selección española. Hijo de puta. Es otra cosa, ¿no? Que los tiene bien peladitos a todos, lo de los aires acondicionados. Nos falta una más. A mi gusto nos falta una más. Nos falta una más. Nos falta una mala noticia con otra caída más a fondo. Nos falta otro martillazo para abajo. Es lo que yo creo. Puede que ahorita esto esté empezando a pompear porque, güey, estamos metiendo todo el dinero del planeta en monedas estables y eso quiere decir que todas las cadenas que están siendo utilizadas para el movimiento de estas monedas estables, como Ethereum y como Tron, por alguna puta razón que nadie comprende, y un poco de Solana, vayan a pompear y eso empieza a cambiar todo. Se puede, cabrones. Se puede. ¿Ok? Nadie está diciendo que no. Pero está muy fácil esto todavía. Si ahorita me cantas que va a haber otra guerra nuclear contra Irán, ¿no? Y es lo que estaba... Donald Trump antes de ir al mundial dijo, güey, ¿cómo puedo alborotar estos pendejos? Pone sus tweets, no, vamos a mandar a Irán a la verga y se va a comer una polla gigantesca. Dije, güey, si esto es verdad y escalan este pedo de la guerra contra Irán y Bitcoin no cae, empezamos a ver, esto es lo que tienes que entender. ¿Cuándo ya viste el fondo? Cuando ves guerras nucleares, bancos explotando, cosas explotar, pero el precio de esta hija de puta no baja más. Ya viste el fondo ahí. Eso todavía no pasa. Todavía no pasa. Así de fácil. Pero entonces, ¿qué vamos a tener? ¿Una gran caída a fin de año? No sé, güey, vamos a esperar. Ahorita lo que me gustaría ver es que este verano tengamos pues, básicamente lo mismo que siempre vemos, ¿no? Un pompazo de aquí a agosto. Tenemos eso ahorita y veo que todo el mundo ya está poniendo alcista. Pues, güey, yo creo, si se da el pump y está bueno, vender esas posiciones y esperarte una vez más a que vuelva a bajar. A comprar, es más, si compras los mismos niveles, te da igual, porque pues, hiciste lana, ¿no? Y volviste a posicionarte en el mismo lugar. Ahora, ese es mi riesgo. El riesgo es que, pues, no, güey, efectivamente fue el suelo y te la perdiste y solamente te llevaste un pump de este tamaño en vez de llevarte una de este tamaño, ¿no? Sería lo que podría pasar. Pero para mí yo todavía no veo eso. Yo todavía no veo tengo que ver a la gente que habla de cualquier otra cosa empezar a estar indignada con el presidente de Estados Unidos por X, Y o Z, o con Israel. Necesito ver eso. Necesito ver a gente, es que estos pinches judíos de mierda, bla, 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 por más allá de la Copa Mundial, ¿no? Porque ya también es que todo, cabrones, todo es algo que ver con ellos. Puta madre. No puedes estar más lavado de la cabeza, ¿no? Si todo el mundo está de un mismo lado odiando a alguien. Y no, pendejos, no soy judío. Soy árabe, libanés, en realidad, es del otro lado, en los que están bombardeando y quieren hacer otro estacionamiento por ahí, soy de ese lado. Pero te lo digo, tío, llegaste muy tarde a la parte de, oh, estos güeyes son unos hijos de puta del gobierno, ¿no? Esto te tienen bien lavadito de la cabeza para que ni el mundial puedas disfrutar, pendejo. O pendeja también, aquí no hay sexismo, aquí a los dos se les dice igual. Entonces, no se preocupen. Todavía, yo personalmente creo que todavía no hemos visto, estamos simplemente en el mismo ciclo, estamos esperando y calentando una buena. Y además tenemos otra buena razón para todo esto. Lo que podríamos ver es precios de energía subir con una escalada de la guerra. Con eso te van a decir que van a subir los intereses. Los pueden subir una vez. Eso haría que todo el mundo se apanicara. Todo el mundo pensando que van a subir más los intereses. Porque si los llegan a subir una vez, tíos, se los digo de corazón, es el show más grande del planeta y la cosa más obvia del mundo. La estupidez más gigante que he visto en mi vida. Pero no pongo nada, no puedo quitar ninguna posibilidad de estos güeyes porque son unos cracks y hacen lo que sea para volverlos locos y eso funcionaría bastante bien. Pero mi problema con eso es muy obvio. Pero ahora están jugando todo ya muy obvio. Entonces no sé si ya le están echando ganas o si es de güey, ya la simulación está en automático, ¿no? Que le pones el tab y pone en automático y que se repita todo. Y simplemente todo se está repitiendo. Y ya. Así de fácil sería. Entonces, ya vimos el fondo. Localmente hablando, sí, hasta que nos toque el siguiente, que normalmente ocurre en la última parte del año. Mi problema con esa teoría es que la gran cantidad de gente está esperando eso. Por eso yo digo, con que nos tire, porque la cosa más Bitcoin y la cosa más hija de puta del planeta es que nos tire a 56, 53. Nadie compraría. Todo el mundo estaría esperando esos 49, 45, 30, 35 y a su puta madre. Y ahí es donde se la pelarían todos. O que suba ahorita. Pero si va a subir ahorita, que estoy preparado, completamente listo, necesito que me den más malas noticias. Necesito ver a tu primo indignado por algo que hizo Estados Unidos o Israel. Cualquiera de las dos califica para ello. Entonces, cuando veas a la gente alrededor tuya indignada por la que hizo Estados Unidos o Israel, sabrás que hemos llegado a ese lugar. Por ahora lo que les tengo es, les había comentado de Lucid porque, güey, lo que hicieron, esto es en Discord. Discord lo tienen y es completamente gratis. Está en la descripción acá del video. Acá les dejé este pensamiento de Lucid porque, güey, lo que hicieron fue la cosa más sucia que he visto en toda mi puta vida, combinada en mi vida, ¿no? Con la acción, que la tiraron a $2 y luego tuviste este súper pompazo. Pero aquí nos llevamos una válida lección. Si te sacó, si te saliste y vendiste en lo que bajó esto, yo sé que en este momento me quieres matar, ¿no? Porque es mi culpa que te hayan espantado. Pero la realidad es que esta es una lección imposible de aprender de otra forma, carnal. Y a todos nos toca aprenderla de una forma u otra. Si no tienes convicción absoluta en lo que estás invirtiendo y un plan, nunca va a funcionar. Nadie te puede ayudar, güey. Nadie. Si vendiste esto, tío, puedes pensar que es mi culpa y quédatela. Pero si quieres aprender de verdad, es tu culpa porque no tienes convicción en esto. Una vez más, si quieres simplemente echar la culpa a alguien, aquí estoy, carnal. Aquí estoy, me vale verga. La bolsa y cripto se mueven coordinadamente con las noticias para destruirte mentalmente y hacer que tus emociones te hagan tomar las peores decisiones del planeta. Cuando algo te hace sentir algo por dentro, enojo, que injusticia, despair, no sé cómo se dice, cuando no puedes hacer nada, lo hacen a propósito para hacerte cometer errores. Para los que se quedaron, vean el volumen semanal, cabrones. O sea, literalmente viene con una divergencia alcista acompañada en la diaria, en la semanal, en la de 2 semanas, la más potente y un patrón claro de capitulación. Capitulación es cuando haces que todo el mundo se espante y venda ya al final. Nadie está diciendo que esto solo va a subir, pero sí creo que las posibilidades favorecen en grande a que nunca veremos precios tan bajos otra vez en Lucid. Solo para recordarles, Lucid vende una tercera parte de la cantidad de coches que Rivian vende, que vale 10 veces más que Lucid. Lucid ha incrementado sus ventas año con año 20%, en lo que Rivian apenas está regresando a lo que habían vendido hace 3 años. Rivian hoy vale 25 mil millones de dólares y Lucid solamente hoy, después de estos grandes pompazos, vale 3 mil millones de dólares y llegó a valer 1,000 millones de dólares ante esta gran caída. Vamos a ver qué pasa, pero se empieza a ver bastante bien Lucid, honestamente. Y aquí los voy a mantener al tanto de todas estas mamadas, ¿ok? Para que lo tengan presente en la mente potente. También, más allá de mis estupideces, tienen acá mi plan de Bitcoin y todo lo que voy a hacer paso a paso para que se lo dejen ahí, vengan y se caguen de risa de mí, etcétera. Y aquí arriba también tenemos, todos los menús están del lado izquierdo acá del Discord, que una vez más todo es completamente gratis. Aquí tienen a Alex. Ahora le voy a preguntar esto, ¿no? Que si cerrábamos arriba del 200 iba a ser alcista? Ya no. Otra vez no. Tiene todos sus análisis por acá y también tienen los de Farhano por acá. Y si hay cosas que no entienden ahí de lo que están diciendo porque usan muchas abreviaciones, se la maman. Pero pues, güey, están chavos, ¿no? Yo ya estoy viejo, entonces tengo que escribir como licenciado. Bueno, como licenciado que no fue a la escuela, ¿no? Como la secre de licenciado. Aquí los tienen en inglés y en español para que los entiendan bien de todo esto. Y para mí lo más importante es que aprendan, tíos, más allá, y esto es como lo que acaba de pasar con Lucid. No van a aprender jamás a hacer esto, nunca, a menos de que de verdad aprendan a leer una tabla y entiendan lo que están viendo. Porque puedes entender lo de las noticias y todo eso, pero si no sabes dónde comprar, ¿cómo vergas vas a comprar las buenas posiciones? Y es por eso que me gustaría invitarlos acá a nuestro sitio de Elite Trading Academy. Y en productos, tíos, tenemos el curso más básico de todos. No me interesa, se llama de cero a trader, pero no me interesa que te vuelvas un trader, ¿ok? Yo lo que quiero es que aprendas a leer una tabla. Esto, en 1 hora 40 minutos, que es lo que dura el curso, te enseña todas las bases, desde el principio en la forma más básica, para que aprendas a leer una tabla. Para cuando veas que todo está bajando y te dicen, va a bajar más, sepas dónde comprar, güey. O mínimo tengas una buena idea para no comprar precios pendejos. Y pendejos digo altos. Y mínimo puedes hacer una buena lana en cada una de tus entradas, ¿no? No se trata de tradear, se trata de encontrar oportunidades. Y con esto, personalmente, creo que lo lograrás. La mejor idea y la forma de hacerlo más barato es, ves el curso un par de veces y ven estos en vivos. Duran 3 horas, 4 horas de ver trading todo el puto día, 3 veces a la semana. Y después vas a tener preguntas. Güey, no entiendo por qué hacen esto. Si estás diciendo esto y esto es lo que yo vi en el curso, bien. Si tienes preguntas, te recomiendo que te vengas por acá en las sesiones de trading en vivo. Este paquete incluye el curso, tiene otros videos, etcétera. Tiene 150 y tantas horas de nosotros dando clases también para ti. Tiene todo, ¿no? Y también, además, tienes la oportunidad de platicar en el chat. Aquí este es importante porque tenemos 2 clases al mes exclusivamente para los miembros de este paquetín. No le estoy diciendo que tienen un paquetín, pero de este paquetín, para que vengas y preguntes, güey, esto fue lo que no entendí. ¿Por qué vergas están haciendo esto y diciendo esto cuando en el curso dice esto? O qué es lo que no estoy entendiendo. Es tu oportunidad. De ahí te puedes largar a donde quieras y aprender de quien sea lo que sea. Puedes ver un video de YouTube de cómo hacer esto. No te cuesta nada de trabajo. ¿Por qué lo sé? Porque yo mismo lo hago, ¿no? Quiero aprender, güey, aprende cómo trabaja la distribución de Wyckoff. Bien, vi un video de 12 minutos, aprendido. Bien, o qué chingón, ¿no? ¿Se va a volver todo mi análisis basado en eso? No, pero es interesante saber. También tenemos alertas de trading, pero una vez más, tal cual como lo de Lucid, no te lo recomiendo si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, porque vas a acabar perdiendo tu dinero cuando te espanten. Y pues ahí lo tienen. Ahora, si son unos degenerados, tíos, como nosotros, para muchos de ustedes que están preguntando, güey, ¿cómo usamos lo de los bots? En Tutos y también aquí en la descripción del video de YouTube. No sé por qué no está saliendo este video ahorita, pero aquí tienen el cómo tradear en PIONEX, y les dejo acá el enlace, como siempre. Esto es para usar los bots. Y aquí tú puedes crear tu bot o puedes comprar copiar el de Alex o el de Farhan o el de más gente. Y aquí les dejo el enlace de Elite Trading Academy, que como siempre les va a dar extra beneficios, etcétera. Y con esto van a poder hacer literalmente todo. Esto es un video de 6 minutos. No sé por qué ahorita no lo está poniendo, ahorita lo checo. Y te debe enseñar todo lo que necesitas saber de PIONEX, de cómo usarlo y cómo vergas fondearlo, porque es un poco diferente a un exchange de futuros. Y si aún así eres ya uno de los degenerados que sabe cómo tradear, tíos, normalmente antes era PIONEX, cáiganle a BLOFIN. Y esta semana vamos a empezar a regalar, básicamente como lo que hacíamos con PIONEX, un poco diferente, pero ahora en BLOFIN. ¿Por qué? Porque pues es más divertido venir de uno a otro y que den diferentes beneficios, ¿no? Porque lo que estamos buscando es la mayor cantidad de beneficios para todos ustedes en este mercado que está completamente muerto y solamente hay como 30 pendejos acá de nosotros degenerados tradeando. Y acá usen el enlace de BLOFIN. Si ya te registraste con el enlace de alguien más, solamente tienes que abrir una nueva cuenta con un nuevo correo y con eso calificas para poder estar en nuestro sorteo. Y el ganador de este sorteo será anunciado el miércoles y el viernes de esta semana para que lo sepan. Entonces, esta vez en BLOFIN. Si ya te registraste con esto, ya estás participando, mis estimados. Es lo mismo, es básicamente igual que el de PIONEX, para que lo tengan en mente y está aquí en la descripción de abajo. Sin más ni más, vamos a ver las tablas. Vamos a ver qué tal está viéndose el Bitcoin. Good morning, boys. Alex, hang on. You're drawing a fucking downtrend on Bitcoin. You said if we had another close above the SMA 200, you were going to turn bullish. It's the third time.
Yes. It is Monday, though, so I absolutely agree. And that is a big point of what I was going to talk about actually today.
I want to know.
Because you're absolutely right. And this is something we talked about, and I was thinking about this yesterday. Like, when we were in the middle of June, when we had this major red dildo, we did literally say, if we start reclaiming this, it's going to eliminate the 49K target. It's going to start really looking like a local bottom. Here we could be stingy saying, well, one reclaim, okay, we got to wait 2 to 3. But now here we are, we've gotten 3 closures above the weekly SMA 200. You even got back above your 5. And that was the key for me. Your 5 here is a big spot. Well, because, right, it's hard to hold an SMA 200, one expansion, and reject the 5. So you actually are holding your weekly 5. Now, Bitcoin is in a consolidation. Bull or bear, unsure quite yet. And volatility is prime. So a move is coming here soon. Consolidation under 65K is concerning, but holding 64.3 is good. So you're absolutely right. In my opinion, now this is the week to start looking for bullish setups. That doesn't mean though a pullback potentially to 60,000 can occur. I firstly would want to start seeing the weekly SMA 200 act as a spring if this is truly going to be a bull breakout. So what that means is you'll get a move down, kind of like what you had yesterday night. Very aggressive move down, smack 63.3, and then from that point make a move up to the 66K region, the weekly 9. Once this weekly EMA 9 is reclaimed, that's our first point on maybe a bull market is starting to begin. If not a bull market, at very minimum, bullish price structure starting to actually take hold here. It's hard to become a bull when you're under a weekly 9. Remember, the criteria for a bull market is a weekly EMA 9 reclaim, daily SMA 200, monthly EMA 9. So, right, that's going to be a very good thing this week. We can get back above 66K. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. It's very hard now to become a bear when you're shorting above an SMA 200 on the weekly. It's a powerful setup. And, it made sense to be looking for some rejection, lower high here. But now that we've gotten the reclaim, it is more likely to break out. It does not mean that we can't find some kind of rejection, and you haven't even retested it yet. But that is a good point to start, because that is something I'm watching. Now, on the flip side, though, we do still have trend down. It is an issue, and that's kind of why you're getting into this little channel here. Better shown on like a 2-day. It is now just compressing price, and something is going to happen here. This either then gets you a higher high break on like that weekly. Let me just show really fast here. This was our last lower high. Here was our lower low. And so far, we've been rallying up, but this still has concerning factors of forming a lower high under a weekly 9 with that silver cross to the downside. On the weekly, still activated. So yes, I am looking for a move here, but I do want to kind of see, firstly, either 65K reclaimed, and this is what I just posted on the Discord. It is looking more like a bottom is forming on Bitcoin, in my opinion. But I'm just not liking the fact that you're consolidating under 65K. That does not mean that it's not going to reclaim it. You're just doing consolidation under resistance. Something to note that I was watching all weekend because, just a disclaimer, I was like 18, 16 Bitcoin short Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I am trying to catch this. But what I noticed was, and if you were a bear, you probably noticed this too, Bitcoin's not breaking down off bad news. And then it relates me back to maybe what occurred in 2023, which was you had potentially a bi-weekly setup here, volatility setup. Let me go back to 2023, just like here. You had a volatility setup. The issue and the temporality of this is there was a lot of bad news in this region. Actually, Alejandro, your tweet is what reminded me of the Hamas setup, where I remember we made a low, we then consolidated. It was a big, are we bullish? Are we not? We had a big volatility contraction, and then we went majorly up. This is really
by the way, just there to bring some clarification or expand on it. What I like to see is when there's more bad news and price doesn't dump, that's really bullish, because in every time you find a bottom, like you have like the three major things. 2022, you had the FTX collapse, you had the Luna collapse, and then another fucking collapse. I can't remember what the fuck it was. And at the end of the year, when everything had already bottomed, they promised you that there was going to be a nuclear war between Europe and Putin, right? And Russia. They promised that. So everybody was like, dude, it's going to go lower again. And he didn't. And then in March, they told you all the banks in the United States are going to collapse, dude. They're going to destroy they're destroying all the crypto banks. And then what happened? Bitcoin started pumping to like $25,000 from $17,000. And then what happened afterwards? It continued to go up. And then after, like the last one was the Hamas setup. That was like the mega pump when they were like, dude, we're going to turn these fucking Palestinian assholes into a parking lot. That was like the super bullish setup. So we need the more bad news we get and no bottoms you find, the more bullish it becomes. And then, but in my view, we still need another major bad news. Like I thought they were going to say that we were going to bomb Iran. Like no one really cared about these bad news. Yeah, like no one was really scared. You need bad news that scare people.
Yeah, because I agree. Like it was the deal's off, churn I ran into hell, blah blah blah. Markets didn't care. Actually, Bitcoin started to pump on that. Just in my own observation, when I was looking,
Bitcoin loves when brown people get bombed.
Yeah, it seems that way. Seems that way, honestly.
The only issue is when there's a fear of white people getting bombed, like there was in Europe with Putin.
No, it still went up. That was not. It didn't go down.
I mean, that's where people started freaking out. Where they're like, "Oh, everyone's gonna die." But if it's brown people getting bombed, that's not an issue.
Well, no one cares. But that's why you use like the major one. The big scare was through white people getting bombed, and then your final resort is like, all right, we're gonna turn these brown people into a parking lot. That's like your last bullish confirmation. It's like a triple bullish divergence, if you will, on the news.
Oh, that's funny. Something to note too is like you are getting consolidation slightly down here. Let me show that. Let me see if I can show that in a good way. Okay, so like you're here. See how you're kind of, man, it's annoying how that happens. Let me go to CME. See how you're consolidating down. So it means that even on these lows, Bitcoin's still ending up going up. I can try to visually show that, like consolidation down, right? And in theory, many would look at that as bearish, but I have to also note and just mentally say this is like the first form of consolidation down we're getting. Usually this bear market, it's been consolidation up. Now, when you get consolidation down, this is something we've talked about. It's often a good sign of like a major bullish move incoming. Now, again, I have an ETA short. It's been active since last week. I understand there's probably a lot of you short right now on Bitcoin, and that's not dumb necessarily. I just want perspective on Bitcoin this week, which is if you literally do not see it move this week, literally this week in favor of bears, Bitcoin bottom is in. We are about to break out, and that means that anywhere down to here at 60,000 is an opportunity. You could be actually brewing a major inverse head and shoulders pattern here, something we talked about, but on like a daily. But what if this actually occurred on a higher time frame? What if this starts occurring on like a 10-day, a weekly, a 5-day? You really could say it could absolutely do that. You could either take the closing or the wick. I like the wick basis of these. Match the left shoulder, form your right, and there's your bottom formation. Many call for 49K when we at least test the lows, but you do start moving up. Now, yeah, this isn't the cleanest. I agree. I'm hearing the haters talk about it, but this could be the cleaner one. And the 5-day is interesting because the 5-day is telling a story here. Trying to get back above your 5-day EMA 9, but you can't. Trying to flip the pivot potentially up, something Farhana will talk about more. And what would be perfect here is a nice right shoulder forming before a breakout move. I truly believe this could be on the backs of the last major worst news we'll get. Imagine Bitcoin flash crashes in quotation marks to like 60,000. I guarantee everyone will get bearish there. And then watch this head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders pattern take hold. Still something I am watching, and that is still a valid setup. And if we're going to be talking about a bottom, it's very typical to see some kind of inverse head and shoulders on more higher time frame after a multi-week downtrend. So if you are short on ETA, it's still okay. It's very valid, actually. And remember, it's really just based on that 65.5. 65K should just end up muting price action, and we really shouldn't be breaking out from there. And in my opinion, until you retest 62.2. Now, you haven't even retested it yet. July 17th, you almost got a retest, but I'm still looking for that at minimum to get tested. And again, that could just be brought to you by maybe a weekly SMA 200 getting tested. Now, where will we know Bitcoin's actually moving up? And it's the same criteria. It's very easy for bulls here. Get back above 65K. That's it. It doesn't even need to get back above this weekly 9. You can literally trade this on a daily. You get back above 65K. You take out July 15th high. You are going to break out towards the EMI 100. You can see you're getting the consolidation up on the daily, though. So it's a little different, right? Higher time frames is kind of consolidating down. But this is a typical, still bearish pattern, in my opinion. Consolidation down can lead to that next leg down. Leg down can lead to the inverse head and shoulders pattern that I just talked about. Look at the consolidation up here, which led down. Consolidation up, and that's on the daily. So in my opinion, we're now forming some kind of bottom here, and this is when Bitcoin becomes the most predatory. This is literally when it needs to either look massively bullish before it breaks down or massively bearish before it breaks up. In my opinion, it's still looking massively bearish. The weekly's holding our hopes now, and what you're observing is every wick low hasn't really taken out the previous one. Consolidation on weekly SMA 200 is a good sign. Now, be aware, though, if you ever lose this weekly SMA 200 again, disastrous price action, new lows are incoming on Bitcoin. So knowing that, this is still a big spot. And I really don't want to be a perma bear on Bitcoin because that's the psychology that's going to make you lose in this market, is not flip-flopping when markets are allowing you to flip-flop. Are markets allowing us to flip-flop? No, but are we very close? Absolutely. We've gotten the major point of my idea, which is SMA 200. So in that, and basically based on that, it should be no problem getting back above 65K. And most importantly, flipping this weekly trend back up. Imagine that. Expansion off SMA 200. Break up above 65. What is it, like 67,000 here? Retest 65, but now you're in a weekly uptrend. And even more so, your weekly EMA 9 is reclaimed. You are now starting to do the criteria on which a bull market could be ensuing from these lows. Remember, though, there's really no bullish move as long as you're under the weekly 9. This still makes it a little harder for bulls to really get too excited here. And I'm fully understanding what we just reclaimed, and we're holding on the weekly. And now that the weekly 9.5 is reclaimed, perfect. But you still should see your weekly 9 and 65K. And you haven't seen 65K reclaimed since the deviation in June. So that's still something why I am still looking for shorts. but I have our TP at ETA into 60,000, and I'm actually going to be investing in Bitcoin into this region. I've been really on the I'm not going to be investing until we hit my levels. I'm not really sure Bitcoin's going to be so gracious to give us that anymore, specifically when the weekly is shifting. Now, lose the weekly SMA 200. Yeah, I don't have a thesis on buying, and I'll just end up buying a little lower. All good. But I would much rather start scaling now based on the data on the weekly than be stingy to wait and it just literally bullish consolidate off weekly SMA 200. If you're not going to be comfortable flipping or flip-flopping here, that's perfectly okay. You just now need to get a trend shift and a weekly 9 reclaim, and it's it. It's in. You're going to break out hard on Bitcoin at minimum to 69K. So I hope, right, that's very clear today. You either get back above 65K on a daily and all short bets are off. If you're still shorting with us, which is valid, and your stop loss is here, but today you close above 65K, you do not need to hold that until stop loss. Just cut the short. Consolidation like this is a breakout move off low volatility. And we need to be watching this volatility setup on the daily. This volatility setup is contracting and it's really not expanding yet. You're getting no busting action move. Now, into yesterday, we saw it actually open above the moving average. Or I guess Saturday. Sunday, you're really seeing it kind of move up a little, but still no confirmation of expansion. And now you're actually in the end of this kind of channel formation. Not the cleanest. It's showing consolidation up. Your lower highs, just a little compression here. Again, not the cleanest. But if this is going to be true, and this is something I am really running with today, and this is why I was really trying to short into the weekend, is really you have one more day if it's going to be true. This could be starting to break down today, and that could just mean, again, you're going to just test the lows here. That could just be the opportunity. So in all honesty, you're watching now 65K. That is still the big spot. You get that as a reclaim, and Bitcoin is going to move up, and these lows here are going to hold. If you lose your daily 9, start really closing under 64,000 today. That's going to start sparking a move back down to 62.2, and then possibly all the way down to 60,000. Now, we're not going to disregard the fact that the weekly is bullish and the fact that you can form some pretty aggressive wicks off the weekly. Let's observe that. So here's your weekly SMA 200, and look at the aggressive wick down. This was 2.52% before it got bought up. Look at the wick down. This was 2%. So the wick down here, 2%, yeah, would take you near 62.2. As you've seen every single week, not really a big concerning factor. So it's not a concerning factor if you start wicking below it, as long as you're not closing. That's the key factor here, closing. How funny would it be if Bitcoin ends up taking out all the people scaling longs here, comes down, and then gets bought up before the close, leaves a nice wick, and now you're actually forming that inverse head and shoulders very clearly on like a weekly. Well, that could be very nice. And it's kind of actually something you'd be watching for if you were predicting the end of a downtrend. So I'm really not clear on the weekly versus the daily. All I can say is the daily is going to guide us on the weekly. And if you end up getting back with 65, awesome. I'm a bull. I'll actually post PIONEX spot longs, and I'll even get an ETA long on that 65K. But until then, our shorts are still valid. 65.5 is our stop loss. And I'm looking for a full TP around 60,500. And that is where I'm going to position long. That's where I'm buying spot. And that's where I'm looking for a nice bullzuka move up to 69K from there. That could mean like, you're about to get a 13% move from there. But you just might need a little mean reversion at this point. Mean reversion could just mean, a little retest, a little move down. Nothing concerning though, really nothing concerning. And if you don't get the retest and you're literally looking like this, you have a rejection, lower high potentially at the 34, and Bitcoin ends up breaking out from here and going to 65. Well, congrats. You're now in that environment where it looks bearish and it ends up being bullish. And that's usually what results into bullish breakout moves. So if like today you don't see this breakdown, that's going to be a big sign that this is still very predatory on shorts, which is not what you want to see if you're in a bear market. Remember, this whole flavor bear market has been predatory on longs, predatory on longs, predatory on longs, longs, predatory on longs, and even here, predatory on longs. So we do start seeing this shift to becoming more predatory on shorts. more confluence of that weekly bottoming idea. You are getting some characteristics of a bottom here. As Alejandro mentioned, each and every time you're getting the bad news flow on bi-weekly volatility contraction, not breaking down like the Hamas setup. It did end up breaking us up, like the bottom here at the low 15Ks, or no, that was basically the Hamas setup, bottomed us out. But even here, I guess the 3000s too, just wasn't losing that zone at all. And then you got the reclaim, and then you broke out. And I remember here, many were calling for like a 1500 Bitcoin. You can just see again, the biweekly and weeklies repaired the chart. There was no point to be fighting what was very evident as like a reclaim, kind of like what we see today, a reclaim. Right? Weekly SMA 200. So let's go to the lower time frames now. We've talked a lot about higher time frames, these ideas, the fact that if Bitcoin still moves down, it still could result into a bullish move. I am actually more bullish this week than last week for sure. But I just want to be proven still, honestly. And this is proving to me a bottom is in. You just now need to see a move. It's either going to break out or break down. And a breakdown to me still will result to a bullish move up. And again, I'm just looking at something like this. And before we move up, actually, the only way this isn't going to work is if you actually lose 60,000. So we can go to lower time frames now. Go to a daily and under, start kind of seeing what we're dealing with. 4 hour is in volatility contraction. It is giving you a setup, and you can see here you're above the moving average. Again, this is why you should see Bitcoin break down today. In my opinion, breakdown will be muted and be bought up by 60,000. You're just retesting the lows. Then you want to bottom, and the lows can absolutely be tested. Look at the lows here, and you even had a lower low break before just moving up. So it would make a lot of sense, honestly, to move down, test near these lows, and form a price divergence, in my opinion. And that'll be the first big sign of like bullish price structure. Because you will notice you don't have any signs of bullish price structure here at all. And that's like a big concerning thing. You have lower high, lower low. Lower high, and you can see, and that's where the trap can be for bears here. It doesn't make the lower low. It never takes out this hammer, or there's not this hammerhead, but this low here in June. So again, more of an argument on why it could absolutely come down. The daily here is pressing the 34. So you are kind of like at that spot, and the daily's been holding its EMA9. That is right into 64K. Good confluence of at least 64,000 holding or being the big spot before we end up making that, move down and potentially getting the bullish break. $12-hour EMA 100 did end up rejecting us again. Now, again, over the weekend, we had that very annoying move. Bears thought, yeah, we're finally printing. And then it got a 2% buyback, hit 65K, and now we're breaking down again. This is a good example of the fuckiness with Bitcoin currently, honestly. Shorts think they're getting paid, and then they get smoked. Longs think they're getting paid, and then they're getting smoked. But we are towards the end of this. Like, gonna see a move here soon if this is gonna be truly in like a channel. Now, 12-hour volatility is giving you an extreme low read. You are at the 12-hour EMA 100, but again, you're potentially putting in bullish price structure on like a 12-hour, but that could just lead into a bull trap. This is something I was talking about on the Discord over the weekend. Daily is trying to shift into an uptrend, and granted, it is looking like it's in an uptrend. You see here, higher low, higher high, higher low, maybe a higher high. But the issue is like what I mentioned on the weekly. It is still in a downtrend. So that's why even with this uptrending, this still could play into the pullback idea, consolidation up, bull bearish, pullback. But then this just is the bull trap. This gets everyone thinking the bottom's in. You retest the lows. This is when they sell their Bitcoin because, right, everyone's bearish. And then you move up. It's a very Bitcoin-y move, in my opinion. And again, the only way this doesn't work is if you get back above 65K. But even the daily and 12 hours saying a move is coming here soon. By this week, we're not going to see Bitcoin at this spot anymore. So by this time next week, it's going to be in an entirely different spot. I guarantee it. And volatility will be firing off in one direction, which is good because that means that, well, finally, this 3-week chop, which has been what it is going to end, and we're actually going to get a bull break or a bear move. And that's just evident to me on like the 12-hour here. If the 12-hour is giving you an extreme low read, then most likely it means that all the lower time frames are starting to contract, right? And if the lower time frames are contracting in volatility, then yeah, it means that the ball underwater is getting lower and lower, and you really can't hold it too much up anymore. And kind of makes sense, right? At the kind of end of this little Jesus toast consolidation channel we have here. Now let's go to the 4-hour. Now your 4-hour EMI 100 did get the deviation. This is exactly why I closed my bought shorts on Friday. Was literally this trade on Friday. Got the 62.2, went up, and then reclaimed the EMI 100. But again, you are still holding it. You even are on the 34, and you're even putting in like these higher lows on like the 4-hour. So you can kind of see it's still a little tricky here and a little predatory on bears. Because now when you go to the lower time frames, it is, like I mentioned, it should in theory be breaking down. Like the 8-hour should be breaking down. But if it doesn't, yeah, good sign that this is being predatory to bears. Bitcoin can absolutely move down and still result into a bull break from weekly SMA 200. That would actually be the best case scenario for bulls here. Let's just honestly swipe all these lows. Let's come down to the 60,000 and then let's spring up towards 63, and that'll be your bottoming candle. I know that's a lot of work for bulls in all honesty, but I just showed we've done 2% moves below weekly SMA 200 and did get bought up. So absolutely could happen here. You will notice again, the weekly never got the retest here of 60,000. Never did. Just green dildo, green dildo, green dildo, 65. This would be a good spot for some kind of higher low on the weekly. And I say that, higher low on the weekly, really. This comes down. There's your higher low. We start breaking out. That's your start of like bullish price structure. I know I drew that very bad. But that's why if you are like a bull here and you want things to go up only, you know, that's kind of why like you need structure to form. And that's why it can always help. So 65K is your line in the sand. It always has been. Weekly SMA 200 should get expansion eventually this week. And if it doesn't and you lose it, not a good sign. That means that this is forming a lower high and this is about to break down hard. Until then, I have 6 days until this closes. Literally, bears can aggressively dump this and then end up forming that higher low on the weekly before bottoming out. And understand if you are on a bottom kind of watch here, you either get expansion in your higher high break and then you come in for the pullback, or you just come in for the pullback now. If you're bullish, you'd actually want to see the pullback happen now. That way, then you kind of eliminate this chop. Higher high break, higher low, and then you move up. Versus you just can go for the higher low now and then get the higher high. And then higher low it at like 69K. It's more predictable. So I am seeing a scenario where Bitcoin is finding a bottom here. I just now need to see 60,000 hold. I need to watch 64K carefully. And if we literally don't break down this week, starting maybe even today, it's going to be a major sign that, yeah, this is just literally not dumping anymore. And it's just trapping shorts. And we don't want to be the people trying to short when a bottom's forming. That's often the best case for a major short squeeze. And people like me shorting 18, 20 size who keep adjusting their stop loss, something we don't do, end up just squeezing this move up. That's something we need to be very careful about, because no matter what side you're on, which I 100% agree, it's a little harder to interpret when the lower time frames are looking bearish, but the higher time frames are looking bullish. But regardless, a big move is coming on Bitcoin, and that's something we all should take, because that's very nice. That means opportunity is coming, finally, right? What we've had so far, and I hope everyone's aware, and if you've made money the last 3 weeks now, GG, but this is not like, this isn't confirmation trading. This isn't, you're not getting any kind of volatility breakouts. You're not getting any move. You're just slowly grinding up and chopping between the 9 and the SMA 200. So until you actually fill out this or move down, a move isn't coming, but we do see something is brewing here soon. By this week, right? 8-hour, 6-hour, daily, 12-hour, 4-hour volatility. They're not just going to stay there contracted forever. So watch very carefully 65K. That's the only thing you need to decipher. If you're bullish here, this should break out and you're just going to retest 65K. If you're bearish, you're just looking at this to break down. But even look at today. You kind of see how it's now back above 64, how even despite the New York open dump, it did end up getting bought up, how all these are concerning factors when Bitcoin just right now in like the 8-hour was looking pretty bearish. So you got to be watching like lower time frames today. It'll be your friend. And in all honesty, lower time frames have not been moving down. So I'd like to be, pleasantly surprised today with some follow through. So hopefully that does make sense on Bitcoin. Let's go look at the weekly median real fast. It's something I do every Monday. Just want to kind of get perspective here. Interesting. So the weekly median's dramatically shifted down. It's at 67,800, near 69K. Why do I look at the weekly medians? Every major move we've had so far has been brought to you by either a weekly median reclaimed or a weekly median rejected. The last major move we had was a weekly median reclaimed, and that led to Bitcoin up about 4 weeks. And then here, the major move down was off of the weekly median rejecting. So it actually shifted dramatically down. I mean, yeah, this was a lot higher last week. I believe it was in the 76, 77. Don't quote me on that, but it was higher for sure. So this shifted down, and it's now near the 69K region. But again, it's not very clear because you're under still your weekly median. It says Bitcoin has a move down to around 60K or a move up to around 68K. So up or down. Yeah, look at that lower time frame. So annoying. Okay, so that's all I have on Bitcoin. 65K is your big spot, really. Your 5-day did lose its 9. Understand that that's just the easy short setup. But again, this is why if you don't really see Bitcoin start coming down this week, it's just going to start playing into the idea that this probably breaks out first, goes up to 69, then comes back down, retest 60, and then breaks out, i.e. a bottom. A bottom will be in. So your 5-day 9 was holding. That was a big sign. That was a big part of like, well, maybe we're going to break out, but then you just deviated. You have a hangman here, and now you're rejecting it. This is why you need to be watching carefully each wick low. Look at these wick lows here, not taking out the previous one. So it's like we have a bearish setup on the 5-day, but then you're potentially putting in higher lows. So this just really does play into the idea that crypto right now is in that weird spot. It's in the weird spot where a major move is coming and it's going to make it not very easy for anyone to catch it. Now let's go to total real fast. Let's just check where we're at on the weekly at least. Understand the only thing you need to get from my analysis on Bitcoin is it is bearish until 65K is reclaimed. I'm only calling for a bear move at this point based on weekly trend. We are still in a downtrend. And I understand that really if we're going to start flipping this into an uptrend, you will need some kind of price divergence here, higher low. It always happens. That's your, i.e. aggressive longs taken out. If this ends up not breaking down, though, literally this week, if it's not going to break down, possibly even by tomorrow, if it's not going to break down, it's going to break up. And then that'll mean that we're actually going to move up to 69K before 60,000. So that could mean that we're actually going to go to the extremity high of the range and then come all the way back down, form price divergence on the weekly, and then move up. Regardless, I do end up seeing a move to 60K. It just either happens after 69K is retested. And as long as you're consolidating under 65, I'm still not going to give a long out quite yet. That's not what my criteria at all allows. It allows for longs above 65K. And you will get a breakout move. Look at the days we've been rejecting. So if you end up flipping all of these wick highs into support, you're absolutely going to break out on Bitcoin. Here's your confirmation trade. We don't need to be literally longing into this chop. You can short into the chop because you have an invalidation, but longing into the chop doesn't make sense in my opinion, unless you long the weekly SMA 200, 60,500, or 65K. So until you hit those 3 targets, you're in the middle. It's not a long zone quite yet. Close though, close. I hope everyone's aware. Like I'm Still bearish, but really the outcome for me now is probably 49,000 is not going to get hit, most likely. We'll know more this week. Something in the back of my mind still says, well, bi-weekly is still bearish, but if you are starting to see the weekly develop bullish, it has implications for the bi-weekly. That's all you need to understand. The weekly is looking like it's bottomed out, but the bi-weekly is still holding your hopes of 49, 43, 45K. Understand that the weekly is actually telling you that's probably not going to happen. And even when you were here maybe a month ago, we always talked about the weekly kind of being that mid-range and what's going to decipher if we're actually going to 49s or not. So now that idea is out the window for me. I'm really not convinced we're going to go down under 50 anymore. And I just really want to be watching the low 60,000s kind of being the opportunity zone at this point. So I think that's a better way to kind of sum up Bitcoin. 65K is a big spot, and watch your weekly SMA 200 this week. Again, it's good, it's holding, but you just need to see expansion now. This should not be consolidating under 65K while holding its weekly SMA 200. That's just like a little predatory while under the weekly 9. Let's get back above the 66K. This will look like a totally different chart. You will start doing expansion to the upside. Now, let's go back to what I mentioned, the total real fast. Just want to check that out on the weekly because the weekly is just like Bitcoin. It did get back above its weekly SMA 200. You can see this was actually the first reclaim since you lost it. And now you just need to see the expansion from this point. Weekly EMA9 is at 2.2 trillion. It still means you have a little more upside from this point. And even if, let's say, total does dump, it still has inverse head and shoulders potential. You did end up not closing above the weekly median. It just shifted down. So still more likely to test this 38.2%, but you are back within the blue zone now. That's a big deal because you've been breaking down all this time. Since June, you've been in a breakdown. Now this week is the first week where you're back above SMA 200 and you're in the blue zone. How easy would it be for bulls to just break out from here? And that's why I still want to entertain possibly a move back down to 2 trillion before moving up. HBDR says it would be perfectly okay to go down to 1.99 trillion even, and then you could move up. So up or down, boys? No, I'm just kidding. The issue now is you're just still producing lower highs. And that's going to be a big thing. Like once this trend shifts on the weekly, I'm going to feel way more confident, honestly, longing Bitcoin. Because the issue is like, it's just hard in my brain to long when there's like an obvious weekly downtrend. Because those are honestly the trades where like you think about at night, why did I take that when I knew it was a downtrend? Based on like a moving average. The moving average is a major moving average, I will say. But again, the trend is always a key factor here. And so if you are looking for like a bottom on Bitcoin, then you should get 65K reclaim. Like these things shouldn't surprise you as a bull. Just take out June's wick high. I think that was a 67,000 on Bitcoin. And here you have a 2.29 trillion on the market cap. If the weekly trend can actually flip back up, that'll mean that your weekly 9's reclaimed. And then at that point, you're getting two criterias of maybe a bottom is in. I mean, your weekly trend is back up. Your weekly EMA9 is reclaimed. I guess one thing, my apologies, one thing for a bull market. Confirmation would be then daily SMA 200 on Bitcoin. And that'll just correlate with a monthly 9. If you haven't been here really since a while, we have criterias on like when we're bull and bear. And it's actually helped me a lot during the bull market. Whenever we'd make these major moves down on Bitcoin, the question would always be, wow, are we top now? Whenever your favorite CT influencer would come here and say, we're now probably, entering into a bear market, you go to your monthly, you look, and you say, okay, is the monthly 9 actually holding? Oh, it is every single time until October. You lost it. And then it's just been rejecting us. So that's at 74,100. And the nice part about that is the monthly 9 has grinded down so much that it's now touching tips with the 34. And that's at around 73K. The daily SMA 200 currently is at 73,000. So what's really nice about this perspective currently is if, let's say, the weekly does trend shift, 65K does get reclaimed, it's a pretty easy objective for, in my opinion, bulls. All they have to do is reclaim your SMA 200. And once your SMA 200 is reclaimed, you will know your monthly 9 is going to reclaim. And now we're in a bull market again. So this is going to be like your big line in the sand on if a bull market is starting. We end up breaking out and going to 69K, and even reclaiming 69K, that's a insanely good sign. But the bull market will officially begin once this daily SMA 200 is back reclaimed. I just wanted to kind of say that just so there's no confusion on where we're at, even if we break out, if we're bull or bear. The weekly does trend shift and get back above the 9. That'll just be the start. That's all. Just the start, potentially. But nothing confirmed. No bullish setups. Nothing insane until that 73,000 is actually reclaimed. I'll go back now to the total. We can talk about it more. You should actually start seeing this move up here soon rather than later. And again, if you end up retesting this 38.2%, that'll actually be the first retest since we got back above the blue zone. Let's kind of see the same characteristics. So we stayed out of the blue zone for weeks. We went down, we opened above the blue zone, and then what happened? So here we stayed down. We were out of the 38.2%, i.e. the blue zone. Here you opened back above it, you came down, and you were retesting it. You tested the bottom side of the channel. This was the trap, and this actually is what started to bring price back up 22%, or at minimum to the top side of the median, 8%. So it's like the equivalent of this week getting back above the blue zone, and then next week into this week retesting it. Still would be okay. Let's measure that out real fast. And I'm only showing that just to kind of show the idea, which is we still can be massively bullish, but still get a logical pullback if 65K is going to reject here. Big if there. That was about a 13% from the bottom 38.2%. So it's even less here. So almost 10%. You see, we wanted this, but it's kind of like quite the opposite on the dailies happening. You're actually in a daily buy trigger. You're holding above the 2.15. You just need to see the expansion. Now, up. So essentially today, if you see, bears are running with some kind of daily lower high. And that's not confirmed. That's just what they're trying to run with today. Here was your uptrend on the daily. Here was your higher low. And then here's where potentially a lower high is forming. Again, potentially this is on a daily. The daily, though, on total is very bullish. It's very bullish. You're even getting an extreme low read. So even on total, a move is coming. Obviously, that makes sense because it's tied to crypto. But you can see this is producing bullish consolidation so far. So you're holding the median, and you're back above the 9, the 21, and the 34. But this is why you need to start seeing expansion sooner rather than later. Yikes. Look at your weekly median, just dramatically lost now. This is the first time it's lost since the reclaim in June. Now, you've lost this before, like here in March. And you can see price did end up going back above the median, but then rejecting it. I don't think price is going to go back to the median around 9.05%, but it absolutely could test the bottom 38.2% here. And so what you're watching for at this point is either expansion of the weekly 5 or loss of 8.2. So your weekly 9, I said 5, your weekly 9, and obviously your 5 is holding 2 if the 9's reclaimed. Oh, never mind. I'm a little surprised by that, but I guess your 5 is above the 9. So now you're just in a very tight range here, actually, on tether dominance. Not fun. Between the 5 and between the 9. The easy perspective on tether dominance will be on the daily. All you need to know is if you lose your daily EMA 100, Bitcoin is going to bounce hard. And if you get back above 8.567%, well, Bitcoin's going to dump hard. So 2 zones here, you're just kind of in the middle of it. So not very clear. But like I just said on Bitcoin, there is massive volatility setups on every time frame up until an 8-hour, 4-hour, 6-hour, 12-hour, daily. So a major move is coming here at this current point. Watch your daily EMA 100 lose 8.16%, and you are breaking down towards 7%. Pretty dramatic drop will ensue here. But still, you can kind of see, right? Like the analysis is a little hard because you are holding the weekly 9 and you are in a uptrend still, right? Like higher high led to a higher low right off your weekly 9, and every higher low has been brought to you by a weekly 9. So it is a little difficult this week, honestly, in crypto land. But that's why we just need to stay with what we know. Bitcoin is flipping massively bullish. It is flipping massively bullish, but that does not mean it's just going to bull break today. It's flipping bullish, and it actually is really confirming a bottom is in for me. But I would like to see an inverse head and shoulders form, potentially a typical bottom formation before we actually break out. And even if you're not a pattern bro, that's fine. Just get the retest properly here. Because we know what happens if you don't retest. Bitcoin ends up doing those moves up, and then smacks down for a retest and then goes up. We don't really want that. We just kind of want this to retest, form the bullish price structure on the weekly, and then start breaking out. And that'll correlate to a weekly uptrend forming. But as I have just gone over the total, tether dominance, Bitcoin, to me, just doesn't really it's not that clear yet. And why wouldn't it be clear? Because they just don't want us to catch the major move that's coming. Bitcoin is literally producing a 40% move based on the bi-weekly, and Bitcoin's job is to just make sure no one catches it. Just like here and over here. Now, something to note on the bi-weekly, and this is the last point I'll talk about on Bitcoin. The bi-weekly did silver cross to the downside. Now, two things will occur here. Either the bottom is in on Bitcoin, or you do end up rejecting 69K and going to new lows. And I say that because every single time there's been a bi-weekly silver cross, Bitcoin has either found new lows or the bottom's been in. Now, I know that seems like a crazy thing to say. It literally is up or down, just in a fancier way to say it. But basically what we identified here was every single time you get a bi-weekly silver cross up until one instance, literally one instance, and that was 2018, you are actually going to test the lows, and you are going to you are going to make new lows on that silver cross. Now, that doesn't mean you can't test the silver cross. So here was 2022. You see the silver cross occurred, and you can see here that really once the silver cross occurred, price did end up bouncing, and these are on bi-weekly. So it bounced for, let's see here, almost a month. It got right into the bi-weekly 9, the silver cross retest, and then came down. And you will mentally know you were just in a bi-weekly downtrend. This was clear as day. Lower high, lower high, lower high, dump, higher high break, higher low, trend shift up, bottom. So you can see this bi-weekly silver cross didn't occur up here. It didn't occur up here. It actually occurred right near the bottom. So the bottom was in after the cross happened. Let's see what the price was when it cross occurred. It was at 19K, and Bitcoin went down to 15K. So even right there is very near bottom, but the bottom wasn't in, and it did end up testing it. The only time the silver cross didn't make new lows was here in 2018. And you will see, again, didn't cross up here, it just didn't set up for it up until here. Now, in 2018, you did get the cross, and in my opinion, price did end up testing near the lows. I mean, if you're going to look at the low as like 3,000 on the silver cross, if you look at these wick lows, you did end up testing at 3,600, 3,800. But the issue is price was just so tiny here. So the percentages were actually quite big. A $3,000 low, but a $600 price difference. Let's see what that was. It's like 15-16%. So, right, it's relative if it did test near the lows, but on like a number wise, very simple. I feel like it did. It hit 3,000 again, still tested near the 33,000 area. But regardless, never made new lows. And actually, this is something that if you're running the bottom is in, which mind you, the weekly SMA 200 reclaiming kind of is helping you at least get more confluence of that. At least you for sure with certainty, you right now listening can say either the bottom is very close to being in, or it for sure is already in. And that's actually a good point to be in this bear market, is having a little bit of time frame on that. Because believe it or not, people are actually thinking the bear market's just beginning, and something it's already ended, and neither are true. And really, I mean, it hasn't ended yet. We don't know that. But we definitely know it's not beginning, right? Like, that doesn't happen. You don't ever get a biweekly silver cross to the downside when the bear market's just beginning. So at least we know that. That's a factual thing that's going to help us. But 2018, like I mentioned, just could not at all make new lows. And so you actually you got the silver cross, it rejected, or no, I tried to reject the 55 and couldn't. It became weak. And this is where it crossed to the upside. You had the 9 cross above the 21 crossed back above the 55. And so then what we can for sure say is the silver cross here to the upside was the bottom. And then also the silver cross here to the upside was the bottom. So that's 2 points where once the biweekly uncrosses and crosses into an up silver cross, or a silver cross to the upside, it's Monday, the bottom is in. The bottom is in. And that's when you can be massively aggressive on Bitcoin. Also note though, like, that's also when the macro trend shifts. So it kind of makes sense, does it not? You get the silver cross, you take out the lower highs, trend is up, you higher low it, you don't take out the lows, price divergence, and then you break out. Silver cross occurs, macro trend shifts, lower highs are taken out, you form higher low, and you move up. Let me see here. Silver cross down, silver cross up. Can I make another big bold statement here? What, every single time the biweekly silver crosses back up, you don't test those lows? Can I make that statement? Let's see. So here it crossed up, never tested that low. Here it crossed up. Oh, did you test that low? Well, no, I mean the low that followed the cross, I guess. So let me rephrase that. Every time you get a biweekly silver cross, the low to the upside, the low never gets tested. So this never got tested. Got near it, but no, didn't even test it. No, 4,000 here. And then let's look at the other one here. Obviously, that didn't get tested. Huh. Funny, right? How these lows. So let me show that again. It's like the silver cross down, because we talked about 2018 and 2021. So here we go. Here's 2015, silver cross down, and you did make new lows on Bitcoin. You did retest the silver cross though. So it seems like if the silver cross doesn't immediately reject, you either go in for the 9 or the 21, and then that does end up rejecting you to new lows. And that's currently right now at 69K on Bitcoin, the biweekly 9. But then at least we know for certainty, maybe the biweekly down, the silver cross down maybe makes us new lows, but we know for sure whenever the silver cross does to the upside occur, the bottom is in and you don't test the lows again. Ever again, you won't test these lows. So in theory, then that makes it a generational buy opportunity, right? I'm simple, man. I'm seeing these lows never tested, expansion. I'm a simple man. I'm seeing these lows never tested in expansion. Simple man. I'm seeing these lows never tested in expansion. So what do we have now? And this is something I'll start Monday stream off, just so we're kind of seeing where we're at. And if you are someone that thinks the bear market is just beginning, well, it's not actually. It's actually very close to the end. You have that cross that actually happened in June. So since really now you've been just moving up. What have we been seeing? What has occurred when that has happened in the past? You just retest your silver cross. So now here's your 9, and that's at 69,000. So that at least has a little implication that if Bitcoin ends up getting back above 65K, that's why we're not really wanting to short anymore. You're going to just be waiting, and you're going to long actually up to 69,000. That'll be our next logical spot. And that'll actually play right into the bi-weekly silver cross. So to me, it does all make sense. We're very near, we're very close to a move at this point. This potentially is going to maybe even break out at this point. I'm unsure, because whenever I just see these lows get bought up early morning after a dump, it just means that you're just trying to like fake break down here. Just like here and here and here and here. And here, these fake breakdowns that don't actually break down lead to more upside. So 65.5 is your spot if you're shorting today, and you're now just watching, I guess, the hourly, and you're looking at 64.3 to reject at this current point. And again, Bitcoin needs to start rejecting by this week. If it does not, you're going to move up to 69K first, or then that's probably going to then get the retest around 60,000, and there will be your weekly price divergence. Because there's no ever move up on no weekly price divergence. You need weekly price divergence, at least some kind of higher low to form here. So hopefully that makes sense on the Bitcoin biweekly. We are very close to some kind of bottom. Tether dominance here is at the weekly 9. That's been the last big spot. We've been forming higher lows. The weekly on Bitcoin is still at the spot where you could form a lower high. But in all honesty, the weekly SMA 200 reclaiming is giving bulls hopium. Just retest 60,000. Don't take out the lows of June, and this will most likely break out towards 60 to 70,000. At this current point, it's just more, do we get the retest first or after 69K? And I'm still in the camp we're going to get it. As long as you are consolidating under 65K, you just have to take a cold shower and remind yourself under 65K is not bullish. It's just more trappy, at least on a daily. Right, at least on like a daily, could absolutely, come down a little bit here and still be good. Like if daily volatility fires off here, but weekly doesn't, it just could lead to the higher low on the weekly, and then your weekly volatility starts firing off to the upside here. So there's a lot of good opportunities on Bitcoin in this new month in August, in my opinion. Very fast, we'll go to the Bitcoin dominance. We'll look at the weekly. You will see you've actually deviated your weekly EMA 100. So Bitcoin dominance isn't actually looking as bad now as I thought. And we've already retested the 100. You got expansion. You're back within this channel. Now what's the only place left? You got to get back with 59.69%. That'll be the only analysis I do on Bitcoin dominance. I don't think it's worth at all looking at dailies, 12 hours, 4 hours on this one. I literally think higher timeframes are your friend. And the weekly's literally been guiding us since October. Since this major move up, the weekly's been saying, nope, you got to get back above the 34, and that's your buy trigger. That's when we can start moving up. It's rejected, it's rejected, it's rejected. You broke out. The weekly could not hold the throwback. You then rejected. And here we're back into the weekly 9, but here the weekly 9 is still producing a lower high. So again, it's just annoying how the weeklies are down, because if the weeklies were up on Bitcoin, I'd be fully like, yeah, we can long this now. Not when it's just producing very obvious lower lows, lower highs. So 59.69% is the next spot, next objective for me. If you do end up this week seeing the weekly 100 get lost, this was a trap, this was the lower high, and we're most likely going to break down to 57.4%. But in all honesty, this still can make a case for Bitcoin expanding to 69K. You just will really need to see this low hold now and actually get the expansion up to around 59.69%. If you reclaim that, which we were watching the zone for many, many, many weeks, that'll be your first big, case that this is about to break out massively. That has implications on maybe alts. That has implications on Bitcoin. I'm a simple man. A bullish Bitcoin dominance leads to a bullish Bitcoin, which ideally lifts everything up. So we'll have to be watching carefully on that one. But yeah, that's all I have really. Weekly 100, it gets lost, or 59.69 gets reclaimed. Make a move. One of these will give a major move down. 59.69 gets you back above around 61.5. Losing the 59% or even the weekly 100 will give you 57.4. So big moves either way. Something is occurring here. More on bull side, in my opinion, because this was a deviation play. This was the retest. You just need expansion now. This was like your false breakout. This was your false breakdown in these channels. We love to do that in crypto. Often a real move can occur. It's kind of like what's literally happening on the daily, sadly. These false breakouts and false breakdowns. False breakout, false breakdown. So hopefully a move can occur here soon. So in summary, Bitcoin's not clear today, and it's definitely not clear tomorrow. And this week's going to be a little tricky, but that just tells me from what I've seen, a major move is coming on Bitcoin. Whenever I get this feeling like I'm just not 100% sure on direction, generally is when we do end up getting a major move on Bitcoin. Volatility is confirming that idea, so it does make sense that the really like contraction here is getting tight. 65K is your line in the sand, and it always has been in your line in the sand for the last few weeks. As long as you're under 65K, you're not allowed to become bullish, and really at minimum, at least you're not allowed to take longs on Bitcoin. Longs on Bitcoin are allowed once your 12-hour EMA 100 is reclaimed or 65K starts holding. Because look at that. If you start getting back above this 12-hour EMA 100, there is literally nothing but air. And that was the last major move up you had on Bitcoin, was getting back above this EMA 100. Remember, we were talking about we're shorting here. Let's look for a short. We got back above. We longed it. I think Farhano posted a long here. Then we started to move up, and it was off of the 12-hour EMA 100 holding. So why not use that with like 65K? So it's literally lined up with 65K. No longing as long as you're under that. And any move on the daily into 65K is just an opportunity to short. But I want everyone to be aware, my target of 49K is canceled. This isn't going to actually happen anymore. Weekly SMA 200 is actually telling us a different story. The mid-range got reclaimed per the weekly. So I'd actually want to start seeing price divergence on the weekly form and a simple higher low to actually take hold here. That's not bearish, and that's not negating the fact that the weekly SMA 200 could be bottoming us out. It just means I'm not confident taking a shallow long off weekly SMA 200 in anticipation for something like this. I know how Bitcoin works, and I know the best way to fuck everyone is do this, get everyone bearish, higher low it, and then break out. But if that doesn't happen and 65K gets reclaimed, fine. We'll go up to 69, and on ETA, I'll definitely be posting that 12-hour EMA 100 long. Now, just watch very carefully today, tomorrow. This is at the end. So I'm either terribly wrong on this, which I don't think I am, because literally volatility is contracting. So we are in some kind of channel here. I just may have drawn it wrong. Who knows? But if this is right, we will see a move by like tomorrow. Yeah, Tuesday. Today or tomorrow. And the more times you hold this, low, the more chance you'll actually go back up to 65 and maybe break out. So please understand, like, no longs for me at all, as long as 65K is not reclaimed. But that doesn't mean I'm keeping the same energy I had last week talking about 49K. I think a bottom will be formed there. I'm actually getting a lot of vibes now that the bottom potentially is in. But we know how Bitcoin is. You often with bottoms get a few bites of the apple. It's never just a tap and go. You very often, every single time you form a bottom, at least get a few weeks where it's just kind of around it, and that gets everyone bearish. And then you form your bearish bullish consolidation, and then you get the breakout move, and no one was expecting it because everyone was calling for lower. So just the psychology of Bitcoin. Investing here is a little harder. Wait for 60,000. Watch inverse head and shoulders. And really, this idea is supposed to be aggressive, fast, because you need your weekly to be a spring, and it needs to get back above 63.3 before breaking out to 69K. And if we end up reclaiming 65K today, never mind on this. We're just going to break out towards 69, where I hope I showed very extensively on the bi-weekly. That's probably going to reject you first tap. You're probably going to reject first tap 69K, and you're most likely going to come back down, not take this low out, and then come in for the higher low test, probably around 60K. So I don't see any scenario where Bitcoin doesn't test 60,000. It just might need to go up to 69 first or reject 65. But regardless, to me now, 60,000 seems like an opportunity zone for investments, for longs. And yeah, I'm very curious to see what Mr. Farhano has to say about his targets, because for me, I was seeing 49K, but I'm not going to be the guy to fight the weekly SMA 200 anymore. Just like Alejandro mentioned, it's proven to me now that it is holding. But it does not mean we're just going to get a spring off that. That'd be beautiful if we do, and GG to bulls. But I would actually like to see this low tested, higher low it, and then move up. And be fully aware that we do have an ETA short. My stop 65.5. That is still valid, and it's just solely based on weekly trend, which is absolutely accurate to be looking at. And if this does end up taking our stop loss and breaking out towards 65, 69K, I'm not going to be shorting Bitcoin anymore until we hit 69K. And then you either reclaim your 100 and your aggressive short roll gets taken off, and then you move up to your SMA 200 and the bull market begins, or you do end up just rejecting 68, 69K, and then you come back in for the low 60,000s. But I do think we're forming a bottom. And in all honesty, I do think that's why it's very hard right now to kind of decipher Bitcoin. So that's all I have on Bitcoin right now. 65K is your absolute line in the sand. And as long as you don't reclaim that, you are going to move down to 60K. But I do believe that's going to be some kind of bottom and actually an opportunity zone.
Alrighty. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Muzzle top. Okay, and then zoom out a little bit. Okay, so we'll start with daily on Bitcoin with the HPDR. So we got momentum now starting to flip back up on the daily, very close to entering into the bullish control zone. We are currently putting in possibility of bearish divergence because you do have lower high end momentum with higher high end price. This will confirm with any close below $64,257. So if this does confirm, you will have that confirmed bearish divergence. This is going to be a confirmed local top, and you're going to have a target down to the bottom 38.2%. which is currently sitting right around $60,000 at 60,800-ish dollar area. And right now, this is still above the median, which is the median is at 62,876. So if you do take out this candle's low, this is going to come to still being above the median, but I do think you're going to you're going to get a little bit of a bounce at the median, but don't think this is going to be the bounce that takes you back up because of the bearish divergence, which is then going to give you a target of sweeping these lows, which then comes down to this level here at that $60,000 level. And what else is there? Nothing yet. Volatility is expanding from 0%, and the jewel is currently on a neutral. And this top end of the 38.2% is currently sitting at around $65,400, $65,500. If you were to get a close over this area, that's what will also give you a close over this week high, and that's what sends you up towards the 100 EMA, which is currently sitting right around like $68,000, just below $69,000, and you probably will get a little pullback somewhere around $66,500, $66,600, somewhere around $67,000. Now, if you'll make ribbons also appear, see where that lines up with. There we go. We also made our way back into this box, this band. Last time, this is the first time that we freshly broken above this one since price was around $67,000. So getting back into there is a very significant shift, and this also brings you up towards somewhere around this top end of the box with a stop at these dots, which is currently around 65,500, I believe. And the top end of the box is just around $67,000. That is where you likely will get that pullback, but this is only actionable once you get a daily close back over $64,941. So basically $65,000. Once you get a daily close back over that level, this will shoot you up to $67,000 and probably see a little bit of a pullback in that $67,000 zone. But I do think this is going to end up going higher, and I'll get to that on the weekly because yesterday's weekly close did confirm bullish divergence. I just haven't ruled out the idea if we're going to go to $60,000 first before that plays out. That is still very, very possible. And going to the 12 hour. 12 hours also currently flipped up on momentum, about to enter into the bullish control zone. Also, 12 hour is giving you a buy signal, and 12 hour did fire off that long setup right over here whenever you did close over the 9. And you are still holding over that 12 hour 9, so this long is going to be active as long as you are holding over that 12 hour 9. You wicked below it several times, but you haven't gotten the closure below it. Once you get that closure below, then this will invalidate, and you're likely going to at that point put in your bearish divergence on the daily, and that'll give you your move down to 62.2 for a little bit of a bounce, and then $60,000. And also, I forgot to point out one other thing. Let's go back, make HPDR disappear, moon phases appear, and we'll see how much of a move down we've gotten from top to bottom from this bear moon appearing. Bear moon appeared right over here, and we went down around like, actually I'll be generous and take it from this wick high. we went down around 4.68%. So this would the bare moon would be the one thing that points in the favor of going down towards that $60,000 number, because the average move on the bare moon is somewhere around like 8% to 10%. And if you were to take 8% down, that brings you to right around $60,000, exactly around $60,000. So this is what this would give you points in the camp that we would go to $60,000 first. But once you take out $65,000 on a daily closing basis, then that becomes taken out, and then you're going up to 67, then probably a little bit higher. But we'll get to that on the higher targets on the weekly. The HPDR back. 8 hour also now above the median. Median's at $64,200. Momentum is currently flipped down, but close to flipping back up, putting a little inverse Hartman up here on momentum, and these are more effective on momentum oscillators and the on price action. And this playing out would take you towards the top of the bullish critical zone, and that comes along with a pretty massive move up on Bitcoin, because this is the last time that we went into the critical zone and we got a pretty nice move up, but didn't take us to the top. When did we hit the top of the critical zone? All of these moves into the critical zone are nice tops. This is pretty high into the critical zone. This was off our bottom at $60,000. I'm guessing it's going to be some serious, oh fuck, I hate when I do that. I love that Trading View has an undo button. Here's another one, massive busting action. I think we get the idea. Plus, I'm kind of lazy to keep scrolling back. 4 hour. 4 hours also now back above the median. We got a nice flash crash, if you want to say. Not really a crash, just a couple $100 down. But we got to move down to tapping the basically it's at the bottom 38.2% of the 55. We are still above the median. That level is at 64,522. This candle closes in about 48 minutes. So you do want to see where this closes. If it does close back above the median, I do think you're going to fill out this wick a little bit, but then you would have probabilities of coming to test this top 38.2 at 65,300. And then this is where it becomes likely possible to get that breakout. Because once you're tapping 65,000 again, if you get another rejection from 65,000, you're probably going to go to $60,000. But you start to get even a 4 hour close above $65,000, I think that's when you're going to get your move up to 67,000, and that is currently sitting at your 78.6 at $67,100. Probably we'll see a little pullback from 67,000, maybe down to 65, 64s. And then from there, I think you're going to bust on upwards to the 95, which is around 69,800. So it's below 70,000. And we'll get to why on the weekly. 2 hours also now back over the median, close to getting to the 38.2%. That's also at $65,000. So that says even on a 2 hour, if you can get a close over $65,000, that's going to shoot you up to 67,000 with a stop at 66. 2 days currently flip down, also close to flipping back up. And if this does flip back up here, this will put in hidden bullish divergence. And that will be confirmed with any close over about $65,000. And you are currently still above the median on the 2 day. And this closes in about 1 day and 9 hours. If you do close over the median, you would have probabilities of going towards the top 38.2% at 68,500. And if you put in the bullish divergence, that would give you a target of that 55 EMA, the hidden bullish divergence. I mean, you also currently do have a bullish cross here on the 2 day, the pink crossing above the yellow. Let's mark this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that Spain dude is the youngest person to ever win a World Cup, no? 19 years old, pretty amazing.
Lamine, I think so.
Yeah. He's gonna be a god to people in Spain now.
I don't know. He like I mean, I haven't followed La Liga in a long time, which is the Spanish one. And he plays, I believe, in Barcelona. And I used to follow Barcelona when I did the whole Messi thing. Apparently, he's way more impressive in La Liga because he wasn't like, you can see the flashes and dashes of how great he is, but man, I want to see him play in La Liga. They're saying he's injured, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and he's still very young for such a big stage.
But Gilberto Mora is still the man because he's younger, and he's a badass, and he's just super cool and awesome. 6%. And it's definitely not only because he's Mexican.
Lamin?
No,
or
no, no.
oh.
More-
Yeah. No. I'm out of that conversation, sir.
21, 23%. 7%. This was off of the bear market bottom. 39%. Just a little spoiler warning for the weekly analysis. The last weekly bullish divergence was one in September of 24. Then the one before there was in right over here in the bear market bottom. So if the same thing happens as what happened there, that means within the next few weeks we'll be going to $25,000. 3%, 8%.
I hate to be the guy that says like this time is different because it always is the fucking same, and I preach cycles because it's the easiest thing to do. But this time we're changing the financial system to this bullshit. Like, I don't know how else to put it. And all we need people to understand, or all they need to understand, because I don't give a fuck if they do or not. My bags are packed, ready to go. All they need to understand is there's going to be a lot of money going into stable coins, dude. And that benefits all those little chains. And that makes a little altcoin season thing happen again. And then the final rotation goes into Bitcoin. You're getting an exact setup for 2020 again. Like, it's identical.
And it'll probably be around the time where PayPal starts accepting Tether. Then you know everything's going down. And whenever they start accepting it, me and Alex got $9,000 waiting for us.
Oh man, I hope it's soon, because even fucking Verizon, you can already buy your Verizon dollars.
Everybody's making the stable coin.
Yeah, yeah, and guess who's doing it? Coinbase and Circle. Because you cannot file for it to be a bank. So if you're Verizon, you're not a bank. So Coinbase and Circle give you the services. I just still can't believe people slept on that. But then again, everyone's fucking retarded and too busy yelling at the Jews. So.
And at first people thought it was gonna be USDC. Haha.
Well, it is USDC.
People said the USDC was gonna destroy Tether, and Tether was gonna go bankrupt and be replaced by USDC.
Well, the interesting thing was Tether was the pilot program for USDC, and the narrative that is wrong is the one that everyone thinks. So the other thing that confirmed the bottom on Circle, or very close to the bottom, which is the only thing I'm not completely in, which I'm mad at myself, is that BlackRock and Coinbase and all these other guys are going to make another, like, it can't be done. That's like another bullshit, like, bad story so that people like get scared and think that. But the main big story that makes people go elsewhere is XRP. Because people are like, they're going to tokenize everything on XRP. You're going to need it for international transactions, right? Like, everyone thinks that. And now I'm off. I'm not insulting anyone anymore. If you believe that, that's awesome. But literally the Clarity Act and the Genius Act, it's about stable coins. And the one company that has the charter, full license to provide stablecoin services to others, because others don't want to become a bank, is Coinbase through Circle and Base, USDC. So USDC can be called anything else you want, like Verizon dollars, Verizon USD. Like, you don't have to call it USDC, Verizon, whatever. They're made through Coinbase. When Tesla does that, they're going to be made through Coinbase. When Google does that, they're going to be made through Coinbase. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
it's like
yeah.
What Brian Armstrong said, that his goal was to get everybody using crypto without them knowing they were using crypto.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Like, just think about this. Why even like the I know this sounds really weird to you and to everybody else and sounds crazy, but they cannot lie to you. They're not lying to you. They're just misleading you, okay? So Trump says, we're going to be the #1 crypto nation in the world. We're going to have and every senator is telling you that like we need to be the nation that is the most advanced in crypto. Why? And everyone thinks it just has to do with building some kind of app or something on crypto. Being #1 in crypto is digitizing your dollars. You know what I mean? Like all they're doing is making all the money, stable coins, programmable money on chain so they can see it at all times and they can also limit it at all times. That's it. That's being #1 at crypto. And everyone is just fucking making all these like mental gymnastics, thinking that it means innovation in some other way. No, you fucking... Okay, I'm not going to call you guys anymore that. It's literally just making the dollar on chain on a stable coin. And then they tell you, don't worry, we ban digital dollars. We banned the digital dollar. It's a stable coin, dude. It's so funny to me. It's been in everyone's face all along. And right now, this bull market is going to be a raging one, because the more stable coins you buy and the more stable coins this company use, more money will go into Ethereum, which owns 60% of the fucking market. And then for some reason, Tron is going to take 20%, and Solana's taking a big chunk too. And those things are going to pump to the fucking moon and back. It's really simple.
I think the Tron dude, Justin Sun, gave Trump's campaign like $100 million. So probably going to get paid back for that.
Well, they use it for what people were telling me, because I made a video and I was asking about it. Like, where are people using this bullshit? Because I've never had a transaction in Tron. So they use it for sending money from here to Mexico, for example, like Americans, like Mexican Americans send their money back. And like the other big lie in this, and what makes no sense, and this is why XRP is a distraction, because everyone is like, well, we're going to tokenize real world assets. Yeah, you know what's a real world asset? US debt, motherfucker. So the first thing we're doing is that, right? First, we're making our dollars digital, which implies the US government will finance itself through this, which is, by the way, this is the most genius thing, and therefore it deserves to be called the Genius Act. The more they use the debt thing on people to scare them off the dollar and all that stuff, it's the funniest thing, because literally this fixes all of that. All of it. It's fucking genius. And then we already passed these 2 humongous laws waiting on the Clarity Act to just be finalized, right? But you already have the Genius Act and you already have the Clarity Act, like basically ready to go. That is all about dollars, about stable coins. That's what it is. Just making every single fucking dollar a stable coin, accepting that payment, using it in the banking system, how it's going to provide yield, who can do it, who can't, blah. That's already defined. The people waiting, like the XRP army guys that are waiting for a tokenization of real world assets, we haven't even touched that in the law. You know what I'm saying? Like, we haven't even like brought it up. And those people want to get ahead of that, while you're not even getting into the digitalization of the dollar. You're skipping that one. Yeah, which is happening right now. But you're waiting for the next one. And the other lie is XRP. XRP is going to be the thing in between the banks for international settlements. Can you send USDC right now on Ethereum anywhere in the world without using XRP, Farhan?
I don't think so.
No, yes, you can. You can send, like right now, from here, Ethereum to any wallet on Ethereum in fucking Sudan or Pakistan if you want, right? You can also send them USDC, and they receive it on the USDC chain. You don't use XRP for anything.
A little bit more expensive, though.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is there's no need for XRP to be in the middle of a transaction. Like, it's the biggest lie these people believe, and it's the stupidest one I've ever seen in my life. But hey, that's fine. You make your bags, you pack them, and then you wait, and then you see what happens. And, you know, if you don't use 2% of your brain cells, you're going to make a big mistake. because this is literally in your face.
It's like if Zell had a coin, what would the coin be used for? Nothing.
No. Well, this is what no one understands. Zelle, for example, will transact USDC and USDT, right? But that means those chains will send the money amongst those chains. The coins that you need for that, the tokens that you actually need, is to pay gas fees. And that's Ethereum, son. You see why I love Ethereum? Because Base is an L2 on Ethereum. Because everything is Tether is on Ethereum. Because USDC is on everything is on Ethereum for the most part. That means the most amount of transactions will occur on Ethereum, and the ones that don't, that happen through USDC through other chains, like let's say that Zelle creates their own USDC, and then Solana has USDC, right, which has nothing to do with Ethereum. That goes through Base, which is Circle, and they're the ones paying you back through the stock. So basically, that's you need Ethereum and you need Base. That's all you need, basically, right now to make a fuck ton of money. And apparently Tron's doing great. But why is Tron not punished like these other ones? This is where the opportunity comes. I'm not buying Tron.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
This is really simple, but I don't know why people complicate their shit. But then again, I always use the example. They told us they were going to make homelessness a thing, that they were going to do crime in LA, that they were going to get rid of the police, that they told us step by step that they were causing this. We even voted for it. But people don't understand what they're voting for, even if they saw 2 5-minute TikToks. Believe it or not, they're not experts. They're just brainwashed.
Yeah, unpopular opinion, but most people who are allowed to vote probably shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, no. Well, the thing is, if you don't, then how are you going to pass those fucky things? And also, sadly, you need these dumbasses to make bad decisions so that you can benefit instead of them, which sucks, but too bad.
It's like all of the people who are refusing the free $1,000 Trump accounts because Orange Man bad.
You know how stupid that is, dude.
Imagine,
you understand what I'm saying?
Imagine the kids growing up when they're 18, 20 years old, and all their friends have like 30, 35K in their accounts, and they have zero because their parents hated the Cheeto Man.
Yeah, dude. Like, it's so stupid. Like, who cares? Like, which
at that point? He's dead at that point, anyways. So it's like, it's not even alive, the president at that point, when their kids are like 19, 18. So very stupid if you don't sign up with the account because it has Trump's name.
They think it has to be a scam in some way because it has Trump's name.
Yeah,
there's just index funds.
I know 2 guys, like they're really good buddies of mine. 2 guys that have hundreds of millions of dollars that sold everything in the US and moved to a shutdown somewhere else, and they're miserable in that shutdown somewhere else. But they rather not be here because of Trump. Like, do you understand how stupid you are?
Retard.
Oh, dumb.
But this is but the whole point of the game is to do this. They're telling you the truth, but they use these things. If they cause any emotion inside of you, then that's how you know they're trying to manipulate you. You know what I mean? When they make you angry, when they make you feel like FOMO, when they make you feel like embarrassed, when they make you feel anything at all, they're using that against you. The best thing to do is not give a fuck and just look at what others are doing. That's the secret weapon.
Mic drop advice right there. That's a great point.
That's literally the secret weapon to play this at the highest level possible. It's worked so far.
And so far, it's like the most obvious the setup will be, the least it'll ever come. That's what.
Yeah, 100%. 100% It's crazy. And again, they don't lie to you. They deceive you, but they don't lie to you. They tell you the truth all the time, which is nuts. And then I'll explain to you guys whenever you grow older why. But yeah, they cannot lie to you. They can deceive you, mislead you, but they cannot lie to you.
I'm already an old man. I'll be 30 in 5 days.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
30 años sin vallarse.
I'm sorry, I'll let you finish, sir.
So the low end move is around 7 to 8%. That brings us to around 68. And 8% is right around, about $68,000 roughly. And then the medium end move is somewhere around 12 to 15%. That would bring us to around $78,000 to around $72,000 to $73,000. And then the higher end move is around 25 to 26%. Just for funsies, we'll take that. That brings us to around, say, 79,000 to 82,000. I personally don't think it's going to be around that higher end number. I'm thinking somewhere around the low end number to possibly the medium end number would be the spot. And let's see what else. Okie dokie. Let's go to the 5-day. Alrighty. 5 days also currently flipped up. 5-day also has bullish divergence currently still active, and 5 days now around the 9, where I believe on this one here you did slightly close over it, then you close back under it, but you're still over the 5, and now you're back at the 9. In the 5-day, the 12-hour has the 9 EMA set up, the 5-day has the 5 EMA set up. So once you have closed back over that 5, that does activate your long, and then it gets closed out whenever you get your closure back under the 5, and you have been holding it, and as of now you're still holding it, and your next target of that bullish divergence is going to be the 21, which is currently around $68,000, $68,200. And the 5-day jewel is giving you a buy signal. You do have a bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow, but whenever you got that cross happen, you have how much of a move to the downside? Around like 4%. So it is possible that has played out as of now, but the confirmation will be once you get a weekly close over or 5-day close, 5-day close back over 65,560, and then that gives you a target towards 68,000. And this is the last time that we hit that buy signal in the 5-day in the bearish control zone. Weekly is also flipped up now. Weekly, it also has bullish divergence. You did confirm it on this candle here, on this last weekly candle, it'll be easier to see it on the RSI, but you did confirm it on yesterday's weekly close, and you also closed back over the 5 EMA on the weekly on yesterday's close, and confirming that bullish divergence does give you a target towards somewhere around the median, which right now is at 67,200, somewhere between there and the 21. But I do think it's going to be around the 21, which is at around $70,000. With the little stop at 67,000, which is the median. And the last time that you had bullish divergence, actually I'll do this on the RSI because it's more visual. And what else? And you're exiting the bearish control zone also, and you're losing the sell signal, very close to flipping into a buy signal here. Go to the 2-week. 2-week is flipping, is still pointing down, but 2-week is also putting in possibility of bullish divergence with volatility currently expanding from extreme lows. And the 2-week bullish divergence will confirm with any closure over, believe, actually, let me see if on this one it hasn't confirmed. I might have on the RSI, but this one will confirm with any close over 65,000, like 560. And if you do confirm the 2-week bullish divergence, that gives you a move into somewhere around 68,000, 69,000, and then somewhere around 73,000, which is the medium end move for that previous setup. And you are currently rejecting the bearish control zone, so this would be just a lower high. Even if you were to go up to $73,000, you would end up getting a lower low after that. And I drew a little squiggly line setup before, kind of currently playing out, where it's like drawing this line here, it goes up to this area here, and then you get your rejection, and then you make your lower low. And that would just be a retest of your actual silver cross, because this is gonna drop with every close, and then eventually it's gonna line up with this 38.2%. Okie dokie. Monthly currently also still flipped up, about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. This would be similar to 2018, where you came up in the summer, tested the edge of the bearish control zone, you got your rejection, and then later into the year you got your lower low. And that would line up with the move into somewhere around the monthly 9, which is around $74,000. It is going to drop with this next monthly close. So that would just be another lower high. This high would not get taken out at 82,800. That would be a pretty awesome short right there at like $74,000, like on a low leverage. How much is your stop? 12%, so like maybe on a 2x or 3x, and then you're looking for after that $60,000. And for your first CP, that's 18%, and the next one is going to be at 48, or say $50,000 to front run it for the 100, because that is going to rise, and that is around 30%. So that's pretty good. And the 100 is where you bottomed at on FTX, and basically kind of front ran it just a little bit off of COVID. And monthly still has that sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow. And the oscillator is still on a sell signal. You have now entered into the bearish control zone on the oscillator. The last time the monthly oscillator entered into the bearish control zone was in August of 2022. And this was in the zone that we are now. This was off of right before October, right before we had our lower low. This was when we were bouncing. We bounced from around $18,152 to $21,000. Quarterly is also still flipped down with volatility expanding. Quarterly still has a sell signal on the jewel, and we are currently looking for somewhere around the quarterly 9 and 5 to get tapped. That's around that $72,000 region, and likely is going to reject that and continue downwards. This is going to be another retest of your quarterly 9 after losing it, and this is the first time that you on this move to the downside that you have lost that quarterly 9 in this entire bull market. And I mean like this cycle here. I'm not saying that this is bull market this cycle. And then you lost it, and then party over. And kind of lines up with this move here in 2022. We got that loss, you got a little rally, you got your rejection, and then lower low, and then upwards. And right now the quarterly resistance is around $65,000. Once you can clear 65,000, this is likely going to reach somewhere around this 72,000 region. Alrighty. Tether is currently getting a rejection, kind of front running the 21, also losing the 9, and momentum is now starting to flip down. Is any divergence present here? Nope. With volatility now expanding from extreme lows, and the jewel is still on a neutral, losing the buy signal right around the bearish control zone. And still slightly holding this 38.2%, but if you do close below 8.35%, this is going to give you a move down to 7.8, so that we have been looking at for quite a while now. That would be a nice sweep of this previous low, so you likely will get a pretty strong bounce somewhere on the 7.8 to 7.6 region. 12-hour also currently flipped down, also now below the 38.2%, bearish retest of the 100 EMA and the 21. If you do close below 8.39, so nice dyslexia there, that brings you down to 8.1s. And 12-hour has the first sell signal here. 8-hour also now flipped down. 8-hour put in some hidden bearish divergence, taking out this high. Price made a lower high. That did confirm on this candle here, and you are currently just getting a bearish retest of the median and a rejection. Once you get a close below this 8.35% area, also likely will lose the 200 SMA, and that's what brings you down to 8.1s. 4-hour also currently flipped down, also putting in hidden bearish divergence. 4-hour jewel is losing the buy signal now, and you are getting a rejection of the median, and from here you're likely going to retest 8.34. And once you get that closure below 8.35, probably dump ski towards 8.1s. 2-day also got a rejection of the median, with momentum still currently flipped up, and you close in 1 day and 9 hours. But if you do close like this, at least you close with the rejection of the median, you are likely going to come down to 8.1s. 5-day also rejection of the 9, still rejecting the 9, and you are moving down. If you do, and you rejected the median on this candle here, and if you do close below the 9 one more time at 8.426%, you will have a target down to this bottom 38.2%, right around the 21, which is around 8.1s. And anything here? There's some bearish divergence also on the 5-day, because you got higher highs in price, lower high in momentum. Weekly also has bearish divergence. Weekly did not confirm the bearish divergence. Well, actually, you might have. We got to check on the RSI. Much easier to confirm it on there versus on HPDR momentum. And weekly also lost the 5. Still been holding that loss since you lost it here. Got a retest, loss, and right now you're right around the weekly 9. With that. You didn't get any weekly closures below the median, but you got a weekly open below the median, and then the median shot up, which is kind of similar to getting a closure below. And that would give you, once you lose the 9 at 8.3, gives you a move down to that 8.1s that we saw on the 5-day, which is basically multiple other time frames to give us the target of that 8.1s. And the weekly is now losing the buy signal, flipping into neutral, and it has lost the upwards curvature. Very likely it's going to flip into a sell signal here. And this is also bearish divergence. This would be 3 drives of bearish divergence, because you got high, higher, high, higher, high, high, lower, high, lower, high. And that target's around 7.9%. How much of a move down is that? I'm curious. Around 5%. So some quick maths would be like 3,200, 3,300 up on Bitcoin, brings you to right around like $68,000 roughly. Quick maths. Two-week is currently flipped up. Two-week currently still has bullish divergence possible. This will confirm with any week closure over 8.757%, and you are now approaching the median after closing above it, and the median is currently at 8.19. So coming down to this 8.11's area would still just be around the median. It's not really that bad until you get that closure below the median. Then you're gonna get a nice little dump ski to low 7s, 7.3 to 7.2. But as long as you are closing 2 weeks over the median, it's still more likely to bust up to 9.86. And the 2-week jewel is still on a buy signal within the bullish control zone. So longer term on Tether, a higher time frame on Tether is still bullish. Monthly on Tether is now losing the buy signal, flipping into neutral, but not a sell signal. And you are right around the median now. You got your nice little retest of the median. Median's at 8.33%. You are slightly bouncing from it. And the monthly 5 is right around the 8.1% number. And this is not really any reason to be bearish on Tether long term, as long as you're closing over that median. As long as you're closing over the median, you are going to bust up to new all-time highs. If you close below the median, then you're probably going to see a move down to somewhere around low 7s, and then there is still a possibility to put in a higher low here. And volatility is dropping this entire time that momentum is down, and you're almost at 0% on volatility. And quarterly is about to get a nice retest of the 5. We're still looking for that retest. Eventually, you will get that retest because you have been away from it for quite some time, and that is currently sitting around mid-7s. And it's going to rise with every single close. Quarterly is still flipped up. And did we get a higher high? Yeah, quarterly is putting in some possibility of bearish divergence, although it's unlikely to confirm anytime soon. Alrighty, let's check out this one also. And this would also give us that test. 6 months would also give us that test of that mid to low 7s, because that would be a retest of the 78.6 and the 5 EMA. All right, now let's look at RSI. Let's start with the weekly on Bitcoin. Alrighty, so we did on this yesterday's closure confirm that weekly bullish divergence on Bitcoin from this low here in around $65,000, $66,000, this low here, and then our low at $59,000, $59,500, although we made a significantly higher low on the RSI, giving us a very powerful drive of bullish divergence here. The last time that we had bullish divergence on the weekly, regular bullish divergence, it was right over here in August of 2024, and the regular bullish divergence, well, the way the regular divergences work are you can only have a bullish divergence in a downtrend and you can only have a bearish divergence in an uptrend. They are reversal divergences, where the bearish divergence is a reversal of an uptrend and the bullish divergence is a reversal of a downtrend. And they are also more effective than the hidden divergences, which are just continuation divergences. Like a hidden bearish divergence is just a continuation of a downtrend, and a hidden bullish divergence is a continuation of an uptrend. So the regular ones are more powerful than the hidden ones. And you have this one here, right off of the bearish control zone, basically exactly where we put it in here. And from that divergence, you got a nice move up towards which zone here? You got to move up towards the neutral zone, and the neutral zone right now is currently sitting at $73,000. Very cool. It lines up with a lot of other setups right there. $73,000. The other previous time where you had weekly bullish divergence was right over here, and this was off of the bear market bottom, where you put in some weekly bullish divergence. You get a nice move up. How much was this percent move up? Let's see. From the divergence, you got a 29% move up, 38% move up. Actually, let's take it from where the divergence was confirmed. Let's see. Confirmed it here. So you got another move up of around 16%, 12%, 16%. Let's do this one. Divergence confirmed here. You get another move up of around 10%. This one, the divergence confirmed here. Oh, we already did this one, 16%. Let's take this one. The divergence confirmed here. 7% off of the bear market bottom. Divergence confirmed here. 15 to 16%. So seems to be around what was this small one again? I check that out. So 7% is the minimum number. Let's take it from the divergence confirmation. This candle here, take it up 7%. 7% brings us to around $69,000. Very interesting, very cool. And then if we were to take it to the 15% to 16% number, that brings us to $74,000, $73,000. Very interesting, because both of those have multiple other setups targeting them. We're not going to bother taking it the higher end number because they're probably not going to do that. And see if it lines up anywhere with the RSI. Oh, look, the neutral zone sits at 73.8, lining right up to that $74,000 figure. That's also awesome. Let's look at the weekly. Weekly Jewel. Weekly Jewel is losing the sell signal now and is also getting curvature upwards. This is very likely going to flip into a buy signal on this next open. And the Jewel is also putting in bullish divergence, pretty massive bullish divergence here, because you have a lower low and a nice higher low on the Jewel. Also giving you that bullish divergence, which will both together give you a target towards that $70,000 region, and the RSI number would be 73.8, so around 74, which would also go along with that bullish divergence move up from the previous ones, around 15%, 16%, with a stop at 69,000. 2 week also still putting in possibility of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 65,560, and on confirmation that gives you a move up to the bearish control zone, sitting at right around 73,000 at 72.8. Okay, and volatility is back to extreme lows with that bullish divergence appearing. Monthly also still has bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing monthlies below $76,318. And currently the edge of the bearish control zone is sitting at 76,600. So if you were to come to test the edge of the bearish control zone, that would be around that region. And this is going to update about 11 days. So 11 days. So if you don't test that area in 11 days, this number will change. Maybe it drops to 74,000. Who knows? We'll have to see at that point. And monthly volatility is expanding with the bearish divergence. But we'll get to that on the volatility chart. Quarterly also still has bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000. Let me zoom in here. Is this low? You took it out. Yeah, you did. So there's possibility of monthly hidden bullish divergence here because you are still making a higher low from this point to this point. But this is very far away from confirming. As of now, you will have to close over your all-time high to confirm it. But as you go on, this will be easier to confirm. And that's what's telling me you're probably also going to get that rejection around that $73,000 region, and then come on down lower to make a lower low, give you a slightly lower low on the RSI, and then it'll be easier to confirm your bullish divergence, and then you can do that 2022 move where you get your shot up into 26,000, you get your sideways slash down, and then you get your real bull market on. And at that point, quarterly volatility will have dropped to extreme lows. So that means the next bull market is going to be the first time we're ever going to get a quarterly volatility setup. So quite explosive, like the diarrhea and the lettuce at Taco Bell, pretty explosive. And 6 months still has 3 drives of bearish divergence, where after you get that rejection of the $70,000 region, that would bring you down towards about $49,000 to $50,000. Okie dokie. Tether's got bearish divergence, multiple drives on the daily. This will be active as long as you're closing below 8.483%. And your next target on that is going to be the bearish control zone, which is currently saying just below 8.1s, with volatility now about to start expanding as well. 12 hours got hidden bearish divergence, volatility is at extreme lows, gives you a target of 8%, sitting right around this 12-hour 200 SMA. 4 hours also got fresh hidden bearish divergence. That will give you a target towards the critical zone at 8.1s with volatility at extreme lows. 2 days got a local top. See here, next target on this bearish divergence is right around 8.1 to 8.05, and 3-day volatility is starting to expand. Just want to take out this low at 8.257, then you probably get your move down to 7.8 with that stop at 8.1s. 5 days got bearish divergence. I'm going to give you a target to the bullish control zone sitting at 8.1s, right around this 21. 6 days got bearish divergence. I'm going to give you a target down to the simple moving average at 8.01%, basically 8% flat. And you got your fresh sell signal here with bearish divergence on the jewel. Weekly's also got bearish divergence, and that give you a next target of the simple moving average, which is currently sitting at 7.87%. Kind of lining up with the weekly 21. Volatility is at extreme lows on the 2-week. Bullish control zones at 7.7%, 7.69% to be exact. Nice. Monthly, nothing. And a nice retest of the monthly 5 would be at 8.1. Quarterly, nothing. Simple moving average on the quarterly is at 7.8, 7.77. The quarterly volatility expanding for the first time, from the lowest point ever. And quarterly jewel is still has a buy signal here. Okie dokie. Now let's look at momentum. Daily momentum on Tether is flipped up, but it will flip down with any close below 8.3%, with volatility very close to expanding. Once you get that expansion, whichever way momentum is flipped is where you're going to get that breakout or breakdown. 12-hour is currently flipped down with volatility at extreme lows, and is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.44%. And this is multiple attempts at breaking out of the bearish control zone and rejection. So that means likely going to break into the critical zone on this next move down. And that would be a move to the 12-hour at 200, right around 8%. 8 hours also flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is now starting to expand on the 8 hour. Just need to get this closed in 5 minutes to confirm it. And that will give you an 8 hour setup to the downside, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.44%. 4 hours also close to giving a volatility setup to the downside, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.33%. 2 hours also now freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, with volatility now expanding for many periods of 0%. And this is also rejecting the bullish control zone. It's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.44%. 2 days also flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.59%, with volatility still expanding. 5 days also flipped down as long as you're closing below 9.06%, also putting in some bearish divergence. Weekly is also now flipped down, also putting in bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.62%. 2 week is currently flipped up with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.23%. Monthly is currently flipped down with volatility still expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing over 8.52%. But this shouldn't be looked at as being very bearish at all, as long as you're still closing over 8% on the monthly. And quarterly is currently still flipped up with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 5.38% with hidden bullish divergence. Just want to see a little bullish retest of this 5 EMA around 7.7%, 7.6%, maybe mid to low sevens, and then you're busting action to new highs on Tether. Okay, now let's look at Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $65,300. And you currently are very close to getting a volatility set up to the upside on the daily. That would bring you to somewhere around that $67,000 region minimum. Let's see how much this last daily volatility setup ended up. Actually, no, this wasn't a fresh one. Let's take a good one. Here's a good one. Started expanding from this point. Then you went up 7%. Expanded from here, 11%. Okay, from this one, just around 11%. 11%. So 7% and then 11%. Let's check this one. Around 8%. And then eventually 20%. 8%, 11%, 20%. And we'll get one final one. Dokuli. Which one will we do? This one. Take it from the close. 6%. 12%. 28%. All right. 6 to 8% seems to be the low number. And we'll just assume it starts expanding here and be generous. It probably will expand from a little bit higher. So 7% brings us to around $70,000. 8% brings us to about $71,000. And if we were to just take just for funsies, higher end ones, 73,000 to 74,000 is around 12 to 13%, and 20% would be right around $79,000. We're not going to take any of the higher ones. We'll take it. We'll take it 30%, 32% for the higher one. Why not? It brings us to 86,000. But I will throw in as a caveat is I don't think that will happen. I'm looking more for that move towards somewhere around low $70,000 region. And that would also go along with that 2018 setup with that move up into July. Also, kind of lining up with 2022, move up into July, and then you get your lower low. I mean, in July and August, and then your lower low towards October/November. And I think that's what everybody's idea was previously, but now it might have changed, where everyone was before thinking that they were going to buy the lower low around Q3. But I'm not really seeing that much anymore.
That's still everyone's idea.
Is it?
Yeah. There's one dude called Dr. Profit who I have no idea who he is.
Oh, he's a scammer in the LARP.
Okay, so he posted telling everybody that he was bearish at 126 and shorted all the way down, and now for the first time ever he's bullish. So I started getting messages. I'm relating it to that because I don't know what else could have happened, but I started getting messages on Twitter going like, dude, you really bought the bottom of crypto, blah 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 blah. And I was like, where's this coming from? And I saw that Dr. Profit's post, and that's what I'm relating it to. But no, most people still are gonna buy it October. That's what they're thinking.
Let's see. I thought more people were thinking around bottom like him.
No one is. I mean, that's just like a new thing that happened for 2 days. So no clue. And I don't think that one dude can change everyone's mind on his own.
Yeah.
But I've known him since like 2021. Yeah, around 2021. And what his thing is that he'll post a lot of different perspectives, and then he'll delete the ones that are wrong.
Oh.
And then if anyone mentions that he deletes the ones that are wrong, he'll block them.
Of course. It's pretty smart.
Yeah, I should do that.
And he also buys followers so that he looks more legitimate.
Yeah, and by the way, when I showed, because at the beginning of the show I showed that, and I said I personally don't think the bottom's in. I think the most fucky thing this shit could do is go up, do the normal thing to like 70,000, 74,000, and then drop to 56 to 53, no more than that. That's always been my theory. And at that point, everyone will say, dude, definitely we're going to see a new low, and that'll be the low. But the only other thing that makes me doubt that, and that makes me think, the bottom could be in, is how fucky it was in the lower lows that he posted just now versus other cycles. It's never done that. Like, it always plays it like, nah, dude, this is the bottom, and then he goes up, and then he drops. And this time it's been teasing everyone that's going to go lower. Like, it made a new lower low every single time on the drops. That's the only thing that's got me like, this is weird, because it's never done that.
Yeah, it's like sitting down, then up.
Yeah, like it literally has never done that. So in my view, it's more of a psychology game, and Bitcoin plays the psychology game better than anything. And that's why it's the only thing that's making me doubt myself that it'll go to those levels. But my thesis from the start has been that we will see. At first, I said bottom will be at 57. So far, it's there. But then I said, I think 53, no lower than 53 is going to be where we find it. 56, 53.
I remember you saying that too. So
yeah.
Either way, it's close. But I mean, look at Bitcoin above 65 now. 69 seems like it's coming.
Yeah.
Our EP short out. My short's out now. So I'm not shorting, and I'm just waiting at this point. I'm going to wait for the daily. And if the 12-hour 100 gets reclaimed, I'll actually start longing with the boys.
Yeah. It's odd. Everything that's going on right now, it's odd because it's also behaving in another way. Like when we're discussing, it was like, it reminds me so much of 2025 when we dropped to like 70K and we were like, dude, it's going to go lower. And at that point, he started fucking up our trades. I've been longing. Like this month, I made good money just longing, and I was out like in 2-3 days because he just gave me like all the gains quick, and I've been out. I'm happy with my trades because I was just longing based on the expectation of like the same repetition of every cycle at this point right now. But I feel like that conversation has taken over and everyone's expecting the same moves.
Like now people are posting, what is it? Like basically what you were talking about, people are talking about it. Now are posting even the similar chart patterns. And they're just filling in little sticks. And I'm like, oh God, that's not good.
That's not good if you're bearish. I think that, and also the other thing to me is this thing does the worst thing that it can happen to people. Like it always like will go against what people's best interest is. And for everyone that sold thinking, oh my God, I'm going to get way better prices and way better entries because they did sell. That's going to happen in low 50s to mid 40s to low 40s. That's what they all thought. And the most fucking thing, and this is what I kept repeating, that Bitcoin could do was just go sideways from here until it goes up and then go up. No one will enter. Like all bears are just going to be fucking staring at their computer, hoping that, you know, late third quarter, fourth quarter of the year, they're going to get that bottom, and he just doesn't bottom there. And now no one got on the train. And again, to me, the price of Bitcoin is not the ultimate goal. It's the gauge for my other investments, right? But in strategy, dude, you can't give me worse news than the ones that you already gave me unless it really goes bankrupt. I'm sorry. So that to me was like, I'm done. Circle is the only one that the bad news for Circle had been gay, in my view. But I see that a lot of people are indeed like saying Circle's not a good, Circle's going to be a bad investment because BlackRock and Coinbase are putting out a stable coin. It's like, you don't understand anything. And those people keep coming up. So I think I might have fucked up in that one. But again, my fucking up is I didn't fully enter. I'm still in. I'm just not fully positioned.
You bought that dip, that good dip. And I was about to say too, like strategy, one would even argue it's more riskier than Bitcoin. And it did bottom and it did hold its 83 and it's now at 99. So it's like, that's kind of been my thing too. Whenever I start entering a new environment where every short I'm entering is not working, but it literally is like a prime golden setup. It should, like this morning we had an 8-hour jump, deviation, rejection there, but now look, we're breaking out. That's just my always key signs of no, Alex. Like this is trying to fuck you and bears, and we're probably grinding some kind of bottom.
Yeah, and it's fucking you, and it's also fucking longs because it's giving you lower highs. So people are thinking, oh, dude, it's definitely not breaking out. It's definitely not breaking out. So it plays into that pump, but then it doesn't really pump because everybody's expecting 67, 69 right now, and he's just not giving it to them. So it's making themselves doubt themselves in this. And the one thing is, Bitcoin consolidates down when it goes up, and Bitcoin consolidates up when it goes down. It's consolidating down already. Yeah. And it has been for a while, since basically the first big drop in February. And that's what it's been doing. Even though it had like that pump up, it went down in June, and it did the 58. No, it was 60, then they did 59, then 58, and then 57. Like, that's so fucky. That's so fucky. You know what I mean? And he doesn't. And the other thing that makes me also completely agree with what you're saying about like not giving you what you want, and also not Bulls is not giving them what they want. He's not giving them that pump that normally happens right now. It's just not giving it to them, and that to me is more bullish.
Yeah, 100%. I'm
really
on
weird.
Like 65 gets reclaimed, we're just gonna go up. And I was even just saying that this weekend, because I was trying to short the weekend, because again, U.S. soldiers died, Iran escalating. It's as bad as it
bullish.
As bad as it could be. And yeah, Bitcoin just kept breaking out on lower time frames. And even now, it's doing what it's doing. Like, it's not going to let longs get the breakout to 66 right now. We'll go back down aggressively to 65. The hourly will retest it, and then we'll spring from there tonight. Like, it's just really like it'll drop $500. Shorts think, oh, we're good. They'll add, and then they're just feeling this move up that's not truly breaking down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I agree with you. I'm seeing the characteristics you're saying. Every time we get these characteristics, Bitcoin breaks out. And the last big one was like in the Hamas setup, 2023. And I even remember when that weekly, what was it? It was, the week 2024, when the weekly dumped to 49K. We thought the volatility setup was firing off. And it actually fired off, but then quickly got in favor of bulls. And then we slingshot it to new highs. Yeah.
It was... It really literally did the opposite of what we all thought was going to do, and the same chop, right? Because we were actually longing. I was longing when it got to 49, but it kept going lower and lower and lower. And I remember thinking, no, this is wrong, dude. It's going to go lower. And then it went up.
Quickly. And you had a weekly volatility set up firing off in favor of bears. 5-day volt, like everything, it was like prime time bear setups. I remember me and Finer at the apartment, like, finally we're getting the breakdown. We hit 49, 38K is coming, and then no, it did not. It was a spring essentially, and we went up multiple thousands of dollars.
To me, is Coinbase and Strategy also. They're a nice side indicator, because they're also right now they should be pumping to high heavens based on where the price of Bitcoin is versus where it got to the lows, and they're not. And they're not because it's bearish. You know what I mean? Like, they're holding back. They're like, no, dude, they're when the chart is so obvious and it's like, no, dude, it's bearish. It's definitely going to go down. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not, you fucking pieces of shit. They're just like holding back. They're holding back. They're waiting. They're waiting.
When you sell more shorts, you adjust your stop loss. Adjusting stop losses were working over the weekend, but that's part of the trap. You adjust a little bit, it hits 65, it dumps. You're feeling, oh, good, thank God. That's like the psychology that lets you keep adjusting your stop loss. These move down, make you feel safe. You get squeezed out as a bear, massively squeezed out.
And another one is, I think Solana stopped going up like crazy, because it had to make people, because Solana's leading the move, right? Ethereum is indeed holding hard, but Solana was moving so fast up that was like, if I just continue to go up like this, it's going to look too good. So it might as well just look like a rejection right now, but it's actually making higher lows on the daily.
And maybe the weekly grinded out to its next higher low. You take out those 84, 85, and it's in a weekly uptrend again.
And actually, the most fucky thing that could ever happen right now would be start pumping a little bit. And this is what would be my indication. The pump right now would not be a very strong pump. You would go to probably 67, 68, somewhere around that, maybe even the 69 that we're all talking about, but not the 70s. And around August, you get a dump with like terrible news, but it has to come with terrible news. And that dump either makes a tiny lower low, like by $56,000, or it holds at 60. That would be the most fucking move, because that would make everyone think, all right, so then we definitely have the third quarter low or the fourth quarter low coming in. That's when I'm going to buy. And that, after that, it fucking sends the high heavens. That would be like the most beautiful confirmation for me that that's what it's playing. Even though it could go up right now and just fucking go, but I don't know what game it's playing. And at some point, you got to front run the market, right? And no one has noticed. And the interest rates at the low interest rates are not really coming down. And obviously, like, think about it like this. You know how the Fed is telling everyone that they're going to raise rates?
Mm-hmm.
If every single major company puts out their stable coin, that means everyone's got to, and by the way, this includes banks. So do you have like a Coinbase account or anything like that?
I did. Not anymore.
Okay. So if you have your Coinbase account, what it does is if you have any cash on Coinbase, on USDT, for example, it tells you you have this amount of USDT, but if you swap it to USDC with just like one flicker of a switch, you'll be earning this much. So every bank account in January will have the ability to show you that you have $100,000 in whatever you have in your bank account. You have $100,000 in your bank account and you're not making any money. If you just switch, let's say that you have a Bank of America bank account. If you switch this toggle on, we're going to make your dollars, Bank of America dollars, and then that's going to earn you X amount of money. Do you want to make that amount of money? Who's going to say no? So there are liquid $3 trillion in deposits, $3 trillion just in 4 banks in the US, just in 4 banks. Okay, 3 trillion. If you do that, the demand for low-term treasuries would be so high, which is the instruments you have to buy when you're going to do a stable coins, which is what they need to do per law, would be so high, the interest rates would basically drop to 0 in the short term. So that lowers interest rates. And that hasn't happened yet on the charts. So at some point, something's got to front run something, right? It's not going to happen the day that you turn it on. It's going to happen before. The question is when, how soon, how before. So this is why like, to me, crypto was dead until now. I like crypto right now. I do believe in the most crazy alt season of all time, but it's going to be the few coins that are going to do incredibly well and maybe some other speculation shit. Because when you see something go up, FOMO comes in, everyone's like, let's get into meme coins and all this bullshit. And then money just rotates through that. But I believe we're going to see the craziest alt season of all time just based on how much money will be flipped into digital dollars. I'm sorry, stablecoin dollars, not digital dollars. Those are very different because those are evil, very evil. Definitely not stablecoins, not the same thing.
Could not be the same thing. Definitely not.
Yeah, so at some point you're going to front run that. And I mean, yeah, everyone's just waiting for lower. Everyone
is. I agree with that too. Everyone is waiting for lower. No one really wants to buy the dip. And if you say you bought, people scoff at it like, you should wait for a lower. It's generally a good sign in the markets that we're close. And if you did relate 2018 a lot like you did, and it is very similar, 2018 is the only year where you had the biweekly silver cross to the downside and the bottom was in. So
yeah.
You even have that too, or you could even
and at some point it decorrelates, right? Because again, if the entire talk, everyone's talking about how similar it is, and now people are noticing.
Exactly.
Then
you could argue it decorrelated when the weekly SMA 200 got lost. Now it's back above.
Yeah.
In 2018, that didn't happen. It just held it and bottom there.
Yeah.
So there are like legitimate like things like with bulls here. And that's why for me, I don't want to be a perma bear. 65K was always our spot. We're watching that now. Move up to 69. Probably rejects first tap. Maybe even doesn't reach 69 fully. I'll be a big buyer at 60K though. I'm not convinced 49's coming anymore, honestly.
Yeah. What do you think?
Especially with strategy holding $99. Like if we were going to actually go to 49K, strategy would have taken its low out and it would have been going down. It's literally acting like a bottom, like is in on strategy fully. And it's been like that for weeks now. Just
that to me was like the telltale, right? Because strategy, it really like strategy's psychological game is played. Like it's played out already. Like that was a fool. This is going to go to 0. Look at this other stock. Michael Saylor is an idiot. Blah, blah. Like every single tier, every single checkbox on how fucked strategy is got checked on that box. So
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking basically the same thing. That slight small rally into possibly that $70,000 area, and then the move down to the 50s, and I think that'll probably be it. And then maybe you'll see time capitulation, where it just does nothing and everybody gets bored. And so let's go back into the daily here on Bitcoin. So yeah, that daily momentum is now freshly flipped back up with volatility very close to expanding, close to giving us that daily volatility setup, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $65,300. Went to the 12-hour. 12 hours also flipped up as long as you're closing over 64,300. You're about $1,000 over that area, and volatility is at extreme lows. Let's go to 8-hour. 8-hour gave us a nice close at 65,564, with volatility giving us a touch and go setup of the 15% area, and momentum is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $64,800. And you're very close entering into the critical zone also. You got your 8-hour 200 SMA currently around 66,004, 66,500. 4 hours also currently freshly flipped up right at the critical zone, and 4 hours now giving us a volatility setup with volatility expanding, momentum flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $65,350. Reconnect with the 5 EMA on the 4 hour would be right around 65,100 to 65,000 ish dollars. Let's go a little bit lower. 2 hours currently also flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 65,250, with volatility currently expanding from 3 periods to 0%. My next resistance level is here at 67,200. The 2-day is also flipped up, entering into the critical zone now with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $62,600. And you are getting now another closure back over your 21, and my next resistance zone is at this 67.2, and the 55 EMA is right around 68,500. Let's go back to the 2-day for a second. You are still putting in some possibility of hidden bearish divergence until you close back over 66,280. Or actually 67,260, my bad. And 5 days currently also flipped up with bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $59,500. And volatility is contracting while momentum is flipped up, telling you whatever this move gets, likely just going to be a macro lower high. And weekly is currently now freshly flipped up with bullish divergence, and you are gonna be flipped up as long as you're closing over $63,000. And weekly volatility is still expanding from that touch. Or weekly is still expanding from when it's originally expanded to the downside, but now momentum is up with bullish divergence, brings you around that $67,000 region. And what else? You had hidden bullish divergence here when you reclaim the 200, not regular bullish divergence. Let's see if there's an example with regular bullish divergence. It is not around the 200. There's some bullish divergence here where you got one closure below the 200, and you immediately close back above, and then busting action upwards and onwards. Alrighty. And the weekly 9 is currently at around $66,000, so that is likely going to be a point of interest. Might get a little rejection around that zone. Turkey. 2 week is also currently, it's flipped down, but also putting in possibility of bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $68,000, and volatility is back to extreme lows now. Once you get that closure back over 65, 560, 565, on the RSI, you will have confirmed your bullish divergence. And that'll give us a minimum target of around $69,000. Monthly is still currently flipped down, but it will flip back up if you can close over $64,350. Let's say $64,400. And if this does flip up here, this will invalidate this monthly volatility setup that is currently firing off to the downside. It's not going to give you one to the upside, then it's just going to invalidate this one to the downside, and then you're going to have to see volatility come back below 15% and then start expanding again, and that will give you a new setup. But if this does flip back up, this will be the first time momentum has flipped back up from this critical zone since the bear market bottom. Very significant to flip back up here. The other previous time where we flipped back up from this region was in 2019, right around this zone here, the bottom right before COVID. And COVID still didn't make a lower low. It just came back to retest these lows. If you erase the wicks, if you're like, for example, if you're somebody who just holds spot, the wicks are not relevant to you. So it just really came down to this point here, which is just a nice higher low from this point. You got your momentum flipped up at this point here. You got a rally of around 222%. And then on the closing low, you were still up around 56%. And then you got another rally of around 1,400%. Very significant to flip up from this region here. This would also goes along with the idea that whatever lower low you make towards the end of the year, probably going to be is not going to be much lower than the low that we already have. The low is around $57,000. Maybe it'll be a few $1,000s lower. Probably not going to be too much lower than that point, because this usually says that we are closer to the bottom rather than not. And when we flipped up here, we also retested that. Made a slightly lower low. Dookie. Quarterly is still flipped down with volatility contracting, about to enter extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 113,200. This pivot went up from 101,000. So right now on the low time frames, or the medium to low time frames, you are still putting in upside setups now. With you got a 4-hour and an 8-hour closure over $65,500. Daily is now getting back over the 55. Momentum is now freshly flipped back up on the daily, and you're very close to giving a daily volatility setup. Plus, weekly has confirmed bullish divergence. You did confirm on this last close, along with that reclaim or multiple closures back over the 200 SMA with weekly bullish divergence, and also 5-day currently has bullish divergence, and you're going to remain with upside momentum on the weekly as long as you're closing over about $63,000. And the first target for that bullish divergence is going to be somewhere around $67,000, and then the next one is going to be at around $72,000 to $73,000. And if you were to put the same setups that have happened out previously with the weekly bullish divergence, that would take you towards somewhere around that $72,000 to $73,000 region, which on the macro would still just be a lower high and until a lower low somewhere in the $50,000 region. And then from there, that's where you probably bottom out at and probably just go sideways for a little bit and bore everybody to death. And then your next bull market starts in the next, whatever the next year is, whatever that year is at that point. I can't really do the maths to add it up as of now. But sideways until everybody gets bored off of that $50,000 low, and then sometime then you test your current all-time highs and make new all-time highs. But as of now, I'm looking for that move towards 67,000 for a little pullback, then towards somewhere around 70 to 73,000, and then your lower low towards somewhere around Q3/Q4. I'm not really sure.
Thank you, senor. I'm trying to figure out this fucking PIONEX bullshit video
on the website.
Yeah.
I
don't fully understand why it's not showing properly. Either way, I'll get to this one, and after that, we'll do real quick Euro USD.
Correct.
There's a question if there's a short around here, and AVAV for Farhan for investment.
AVAV. Alrighty.
Sorry, talking to Bruno. Ok. Estamos dando en BLOFIN este miércoles y viernes vamos a dar $2,500 y $2,500 en un giveaway como los que acaban de ver. Y esta es básicamente las reglas. Lo tienen en Discord por si se lo preguntan. Y una vez más, esto no es para que te metas si no sabes tradear y todo eso. Si ya estás tradeando, simplemente usa tu ¿cómo se dice? Tu cuenta de BLOFIN. Eso es todo lo que quería decir. Es muy parecido a lo que hicimos con PIONEX para que lo tengan en mente, ¿ok? Vámonos de vuelta a las tablas. La razón por la que nos tardamos tanto en este análisis es porque ahora, interesantemente, ya sale de lo conspiranoico del tío Salo y ahora entra en las tablas, porque Bitcoin tuvo una divergencia alcista confirmada en la semanal Deme un segundito. Tuvo una divergencia alcista en la semanal confirmada aquí al tener el cierre por encima de esto. Al haberlo hecho, confirmas un tope, pum, y eso te da la divergencia alcista con el RSI. Denme un segundito para que lo vean. Acá, el RSI, y también lo tienes en el MACD, y lo tienes 3 divergencias alcistas en el MACD, en el histogram. No sé cómo se dice en español, el Instagram. Suena como Instagram, pero no lo es. Aquí tienes este mínimo de acá, que es más alto que esto. Esto es más bajo, pero acá el mínimo te lo da antes y este bajo más bajo te lo da más arriba. Lo mismo en el RSI. Tienes esto que fue en febrero y tienes el bajo de junio, que fue acá más alto. Y eso, damas y caballeros, te da divergencia alcista en la semanal. Y esto normalmente para Bitcoin es una reversión de tendencia. Puede que hayamos comprado el fondo, puede que sí. Sobre todo, una vez, repitiendo lo que les he dicho, yo no estoy comprando Bitcoin. Entonces, qué chingón. Pero para mí se vio más obvio por Strategy. Strategy también tiene una divergencia alcista por confirmar en la semanal de acá, de estos mínimos en febrero, a los que tuvo acá, que fue un bajo mucho más bajo. Y me parece que Coinbase también. Me veo, efectivamente, Coinbase también tienes este mínimo con estos mínimos. Entonces, para mí la cosa, y lo que me dice que sí, y solamente lo digo, es mi bias, ¿ok? Es es lo que me conviene, ¿no? Si ya le pegué a esto, compré el fondo de todo. La única que me faltó, honestamente, colocarme bien por completo es Circle. Ethereum una partecita, pero ahora sí que no me duele la de Ethereum. La que me duele es Circle porque es una tercera parte. ¿Todavía lo puedo comprar? Sí, pero lo que me gustaría ver, y es lo que vamos a analizar ahorita, ¿ok? Es lo que puede pasar. Porque ya si las tablas están flipeando a la gente que solo se fija en tablas, que estoy de acuerdo. También el comportamiento de lo mismo. Recuerden que todo esto es un ejercicio de psicología. Esto es un ejercicio de emociones. Esto es un ejercicio de entender patrones que has visto en el pasado para poder identificar dónde estás parado ahorita. Y les voy a dar un ejemplo muy claro. Déjenme, voy a Bitcoin en putiza. Acá voy a quitar todas estas pendejadas para simplificarlo. No sé cuántos de ustedes se acuerden cuando estábamos aquí en abril del 2025, que caímos a 74, que veníamos de los 109 hasta acá. Al principio, cuando vi esta caída, yo creí que este había sido el tope de Bitcoin, ¿no? Porque tuvimos esta buena caída, pero después identificas el patrón de esto y lo que está pasando ahorita. Ese patrón de lo que está pasando ahorita creo que es más importante de cualquier cosa. Y ese patrón es, ¿qué es lo que pasó aquí cuando llegamos a este nivel? Empezó, y ahora solamente véanlo como de afuera. Aquí, en este punto, yo no me considero que entendía y sabía hacer trading como lo sabía hacer en este punto y sobre todo aquí. Pero lo que sí me acuerdo es, estábamos dando cortos en el Elite Trading Academy diciendo, güey, vamos a 69, es el siguiente objetivo. ¿Quién se acuerda de esto? Nos fue bien porque tomamos de esto para abajo, pero creímos que íbamos a bajar más porque estábamos en una clara tendencia bajista. Y no bajamos. Y ponías cortos y te daba altos más bajos y altos más bajos y altos más bajos y funcionaba, pero no te daba el bajo. ¿Quién se acuerda de esta temporada? Eso está pasando aquí, donde todo el mundo está intentándole hacer corto este pedo y no los deja. Pero tampoco puedes estar diciendo que estás haciendo longs y te está yendo bien. ¿Por qué? Porque en sí estás haciendo altos más bajos. Está jugando un juego muy pendejo, muy pendejo. Y eso para mí normalmente lo hace Bitcoin cuando está cambiando de tendencia. O te va a dar un movimiento de continuación gigantesco, o va a cambiar de tendencia. Y si estoy hablando de un juego psicológico en Bitcoin, tíos, y esta es la diferencia de este ciclo a todos los de antes. Tienen también, cuando estoy hablando de esto, tienen que entender también otra vez más mi preferencia y mi bias y a lo que le estoy apostando es la idea de todo el nuevo sistema financiero en Estados Unidos, para no complicarlo para todos ustedes, es que todo se mueva a través de monedas estables. Eso es toda la idea. Transformar todo nuestro dinero que está en tu cuenta de banco en monedas estables. Esa es toda la idea. No se lo compliquen más. No vayan y, no, pero es que yo leí que... No, es solamente cambiar todo el dinero a monedas estables. Cuando todo el mundo habla del nuevo orden financiero mundial, se les va por los huevos. ¿Qué es eso? Pasar todo nuestro dinero a eso. Si estamos cambiando todo nuestro dinero a monedas estables, lo más alcista va a ser cripto y va a ser lo primero en subir. Yo soy el primero en decirles, todos los ciclos se repiten y todo es idéntico de una forma u otra, pero tiene que haber un punto donde esto tenga el cambio reflejado de el nuevo paradigma en el que estamos, que es el de las monedas estables. Todavía no hay nada en el lado de los bonos que me haga pensar, güey, ya lo están precomprando, se están adelantando. No hay nada. Pero la cosa que va a ser volátil no son los bonos, va a ser cripto. ¿Por qué? Y este es un ejemplo que no les puedo explicar lo suficiente, pero cuando tienes, ponte tú, si tienen ustedes una cuenta de Binance o una cuenta de Coinbase, sobre todo en Coinbase, ¿no? Que es donde lo he visto, no les voy a engañar. En Coinbase, cuando tengo cash o USDT, más bien USDT, porque no puedo, con USDC lo hace. Cuando tengo USDT o cash en mi cuenta de Coinbase, Coinbase me dice, güey, estás ganando $0 con tu cash. Si le das ahora sí que si le das a un slider o lo prendes a un botón, cambiamos tus dólares por USDC y ganas 5% anual. Y esto es lo que ganaría. Si te pone cuánto exactamente me estaría pagando. El nuevo sistema financiero, hermanos, en enero del 2027, y ahora estoy adivinando esto, ¿no? Lo que va a hacer es, vas a tener tu cuenta de banco y di que tienes $10,000, $100,000, $1,000,000 en tu cuenta de banco en cash. No, espero que no sea negativo tu balance, carnal. Pero digamos que tienes algo en cash. El banco, digamos que lo tienes en Bank of America. Bank of America te va a poner, güey, tienes todo tu dinero en cash y en vez de tenerlo en cash que estás ganando 0, prende este botón, cámbialo a dólares de Bank of America, a USDC Bank of America, a USD Bank of America, como le quieras poner, y te va a pagar tanto. Güey, ¿por qué vergas no todo el mundo va a cambiar sus dólares por eso? ¿Ok? Y eso, hay un mercado de $3 trillones en cash, en solamente 4 bancos en Estados Unidos. Solamente en 4 bancos en Estados Unidos. ¿Sabes la demanda por tesorería a corto plazo que eso llevaría? Eso llevaría los intereses prácticamente a 0. Los están intentando convencer que los intereses van a subir, pero si hacen esto, tíos, los intereses tienen que bajar. Porque esto es una demanda real por papel americano, ¿ok? ¿Por qué es importante entender eso? Porque por más bajistas que queramos estar en Ethereum, ¿no? Todo el mundo. Y que, güey, Ethereum va a ir a $200, ¿no? O a comer verga. Les enseñé en el video pasado, 60% de todo el movimiento de monedas estables en el planeta está en cadenas de Ethereum. 60 y tantos por ciento. Es 2/3 partes. Todo ese dinero entra a la cadena de Ethereum. En una L2 o en Ethereum como L1. ¿Qué es lo que necesitan todas estas empresas para mandar todo este dinero en Ethereum? Ethereum, porque es lo que te da el gas. No es lo que compra literalmente, paga las transacciones en la cadena de Ethereum. Lo mismo pasa con Solana, lo mismo pasa con esto. Por eso para mí sí vamos a tener un altcoin season pero mega no mames, pero en las cadenas que mueven un volumen pendejo de dólares estables, en monedas estables, sea L1 o L2 de la cadena, Solana, Ethereum, Base, que está en Solana, Robinhood, todos están en Ethereum. Güey, pero tío Salo, ve este protocolo. Qué chingón, llévate tu protocolo, métetelo por el culo. No me interesa. Esta es mi apuesta, la tengo bien fija, no te preocupes. Gracias por intentarme dar todo el beneficio. Tú ve, compra tu protocolo y vas a aprender una lección grande si lo que te estoy diciendo es correcto. Y si no, felicidades, güey. Qué chingón que lo hayas visto. Y qué triste que yo me lo haya perdido. No me interesa comprar ningún protocolo, no me interesa nada más que lo más obvio del planeta, que es esto. Pueden ver, Ethereum ha estado subiendo y está ganándole mucho más terreno a todo que Bitcoin. Por eso no compré Bitcoin. Pueden ver Solana. Solana va delante del mercado, pero Solana, tío, si sigue pompeando, automáticamente todo el mundo se va a dar cuenta. ¿Qué es lo que ha hecho Solana? Desde el fondo, Solana ya ha subido casi un 40%. ¿Ok? En lo que Bitcoin, pues aquí anda con sus ganancias pedorras de 13%, ¿no? Ahora, Bitcoin va a tener un golpe a la alza potentísimo, etcétera. Sí, a fin de ciclo. Ahí es cuando la dominancia de Bitcoin va a tomar toda la fuerza otra vez y nos va a llevar hasta a Valhalla. Y a ese punto, cuando la dominancia de Bitcoin nos dé la señal, nos vamos a salir de todas las otras mamadas en las que estamos y vamos a comprar Bitcoin. Güey, pero ¿por qué no Strategy? Porque Strategy topea mucho antes que Bitcoin. ¿Ok? Ahora, estamos diciendo que esto ya chingó y no va a haber un mercado. No, pero yo creo, ya todo el mundo, cuando les conté lo del ciclo del 2018, ¿cuántos, y solamente sean honestos con ustedes mismos, no es para ganarles ni para decirles estaba bien o estabas mal, porque no lo es, pero sean honestos, no todos los que lo negaron empezaron a poner atención más o menos aquí. Se saltaron esto, se saltaron esto, se saltaron esto, se saltaron esto. Todo el mundo empezó a ponerle atención al ciclo del 2018 aquí, donde estamos ahorita, ¿sí o no? Ok, si todo el mundo está ya poniéndole atención y está fijándose en algo, ¿qué es lo que todo el mundo está esperando? Güey, fácil, ¿no? Y acá tengas tus nuevos mínimos y vayas a comprar. Ok, si ya todo el mundo está esperando eso, tíos, y esto se los digo con todo el cariño del mundo, esto, véanlo bien, véanlo así, mínimo a mínimos. ¿Ven esta consolidación? Ok. Véanlo bien, mínimo a mínimos. Lo puedes poner así si quieres ser más exagerado. Ok, ok. Pum, pum, pum. Ahora quiero que vean esta. Cabrón. Esto no lo había hecho nunca antes Bitcoin. Esto es todo el 2022. ¿Ok? Toda la bajada del 2022, ahí está dibujada, tíos. Tal cual. 2018, Alejandro, es lo que estamos comparando, güey. Es idéntico al 2018. Bien. Es más, esta de acá, que es donde están, bueno, la de marzo, fue para arriba. Sí lo ven, ¿no? Sí se nota. Simplemente de aquí a aquí, para que no se me pierdan. ¿Dónde haces nuevos mínimos? Aquí haces un nuevo mínimo en junio por nada. Pero adivinen qué. Subió otra vez. Y aún así, de aquí a después de la caída de agosto, bajos más altos, todo el camino hasta acá. Esto no lo habíamos visto. Este tipo de consolidación no lo habíamos visto. Y aquí es donde tenían que acogerse a todo el mundo. Tiene que haber un punto donde juegue diferente este pedo. ¿Por qué? Porque cambiaron efectivamente el sistema monetario a un sistema monetario cripto. Empieza en enero del 2027. Se van a esperar los viejitos a que todos ustedes sepan que ya pasó esto y ya pasó el otro. Y no, la otra cosa, si todo el mundo, ¿qué fue lo que les dije que sería lo más culero que puede hacer Bitcoin? Irte por encima del S&P 200 de aquí a fin de año y vámonos a la verga. Y todo el mundo se queda como pendejo volteando a ver aquí abajo. Todo el mundo. Ahorita, todo el mundo está esperando, porque ya todo el mundo se adaptó. Güey, es pompazo de medio ciclo, güey, en agosto, y ahí ya podemos caer. Todo el mundo está esperando eso. Lo más culero que esta chingadera haría ahorita, y vean, no está dando el pompazo instantáneamente, ya estamos a 20 de julio. Esto en el 2018, ya aquí estaríamos por acá. No te lo ha dado. En 2022 se tardó más, ¿no? Fue por ahí de agosto y ahí cayó. Lo más culero que esta chingadera puede hacer ahorita es, ni siquiera hay dos, no pompear e irnos de lado. S&P 200 sigue subiendo y seguimos por arriba del S&P 200, de repente bajamos, de repente subimos, de repente bajamos, seguimos yendo. Es la primera. La segunda cosa culera que puede hacer es, te da un pump, no tan alto, 69, 68, y va cayendo. Cuando venga a caer, aquí todo el mundo va a decir, güey, va a venir a hacer un nuevo mínimo, y aquí es donde vamos a comprar todos el fondo en el tercer cuarto del año. Ni para qué holdear, vendamos esto. ¿Ok? Si hace esto, aquí les doy dos sopas. Bitcoin baja 60 planos, regresa para arriba y se va, ¡pum!, para arriba y nunca te da eso, o te da un bajón aquí con una muy mala noticia a los 56, tal vez 53, y vámonos. Y no te da ese bajón del último cuarto. ¿Por qué? ¿A qué punto va a empezar a contar que van a comprar trillones de dólares en deuda? ¿A qué punto empieza a contar eso, cabrones? Y es justamente donde estamos ahorita. La cosa que ahorita esté haciéndole esto a todos los traders Bitcoin, que no te dé un alto más alto, que te esté manteniendo aquí para hacer cortos, Te está haciendo bajos más altos. Está jugando a todo el mundo para sacarlos. Ahorita los está intentando sacar. Y cuando te intenta sacar Bitcoin, o te va a dar una pata ya cuando esto pase para abajo o para arriba. Pero cada que hemos tenido en ciclos del pasado divergencias alcistas semanales, cada que lo hemos tenido, y aquí lo tienes, y voy a regresar aquí a mi tabla de Coinbase, voy a quitar todos mis dibujitos que ya no son necesarios en Coinbase. En la historia de Coinbase, en el bajón del 2025, ¿no? Mayo del 2025, los aranceles, caíste acá, volviste a caer acá. Acá atrás, ¿qué año era? 2024, casi 2023. Llevas 2 años y medio aquí, en este rango. 2 años y medio de acumulación. ¿Me estás diciendo que esto va a caer más? Y la otra cosa, en lo que Bitcoin, Solana y todos ellos están pompeando de no mames, pero de no mames, esta mamada se está quedando aquí abajo calladita. ¿Qué está haciendo aquí abajo calladita? Sus mamadas. A punto de reventar esto. La otra cosa que les quiero enseñar de esto, ya les enseñé, ¿no? La divergencia bajista en el RSI. Les enseñé la divergencia bajista en el Instagram del MACD, también el MACD con el promedio. La otra cosa que está haciendo Coinbase aquí es, espérame, es la diaria. Un hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Una vez que te lleves estos altos, esta mamada va a reventar a la alza. Y no lo está haciendo. En lo que Bitcoin está reventando, en lo que los altcoins están reventando, no entiendo por qué esta chingadera hizo esto. En lo que los altcoins están reventando, ¿no? ¿Por qué se está quedando aquí abajo? Strategy. ¿Por qué en lo que todo está reventando, Strategy no está reventando? Bueno, Strategy está más vinculada a Bitcoin, lo puedes ver así. Pero también es mucho más volátil. Strategy, en lo que Bitcoin pintó un 42% de ganancias en el ciclo pasado, Strategy hizo 160%. ¿Por qué no está haciendo eso? Están aguantando bar aquí. Circle, gran pump. Gran pump. Circle, una vez que te lleves esto, tío, esto es hombro, cabeza. No, pero no lo puedes contar así porque esto es más bajo. Pero una vez que te lleves esto, Circle va a reventar de aquí para arriba, en mi punto de vista. Circle es el único que tiene muy pocos datos, no tienes las divergencias. En realidad sí, en la diaria sí lo tienes. Aquí, este bajo es más bajo que este cuando este fue el mínimo. Hasta en el... aquí también tienes las divergencias bajistas en la diaria. Alcistas, perdón. Y puedes ver que está reventando a la alza, aunque te está dando posibilidad de divergencias bajistas, pero son solamente posibilidades. Ahora, muchos de ustedes están preguntando, ¿esto quiere decir que entonces en Bitcoin nos vamos long? Tíos, esto que les estoy diciendo es en grandes rasgos para, ¿cómo se llama? En grandes rasgos se los estoy diciendo para los que están invirtiendo, para darles un punto, mi punto de vista en eso. No les estoy diciendo que pues, ya chingaron y vámonos a la verga, ¿no? Pero si estoy pensando en cuál es la forma más cabrona de cogerte a todo el mundo, sigue el ciclo del 2018 a la T, prepara a todo el mundo que siga en lo idéntico Ya le dijeron a todos que van a subir los tipos. Y aquí está donde está la diferencia. Y hay otra diferencia grande entre nuestro ciclo del 2022, nuestro ciclo del 2018 y el ciclo del 26. 2018 subieron tipos 4 veces. 2022 subieron tipos creo que 6, 8 veces. 2026 no han subido tipos ninguna vez. Te están prometiendo que los van a subir. Prometiendo. Y si los van a subir una vez. Hay una divergencia grande en esas historias. Enero, todos los bancos en Estados Unidos van a poder ofrecerte retorno sobre tu dinero comprando su moneda estable. Y eso compra deuda americana y eso financia el gobierno y eso genera un QE absolutamente asqueroso. ¿Me estás diciendo que eso no va a tener efecto alguno en cripto? No. No quiero que les dé FOMO, no estoy buscando que les dé FOMO, porque esto es literalmente lo que he dicho desde el principio y cuando vi el bajón acá y todo esto, ¿no? Cuando ya vi esta consolidación alcista, porque es lo que es consolidación alcista, digo, tío, esto es diferente a todos los fines de ciclo que hemos visto. Lo que a mí más me gustaría ver es, aquí tienes el rechazo, pero tienes aquí ya tus promedios juntos, ¿eh? Pero digamos que te dé el rechazo, vengas a los 60,000, la media del canal, todo el mundo diga, vámonos a la verga, güey, ¡pum! Y esto te reviente. Eso sería mi favorito. Eso sería, pero chef's kiss, otro puto nivel. ¿Qué otra cosa tenemos para poder usar como referencia? Voy a guardar RSI, ya vieron las divergencias alcistas. Ceros de volatilidad diario. Semanal no tienes. Tienes expansión, pero no es clara si es ante la subida o no. Pero en la de 2 semanas, tíos, perdón, estoy pintando. En la de 2 semanas tienes un setup de volatilidad preparándose por debajo del 15%. En la mensual tiene cara que se está dando la vuelta a esta chingadera de que se está cansando. Vamos a ver cómo nos da la próxima lectura de esto, si hace un reset, porque lo que puede hacer la volatilidad aquí es esto, tocar el promedio, reventar, y esta reventada a la alza puede apoyar el movimiento a la alza. Entonces la mensual no es clara. Y la trimestral todavía nos empieza a dar la vuelta, lo que nos dice que todavía normalmente no hemos visto fondo. No podemos darle a todo eso ya de una vez. Tienes un movimiento fortísimo a la alza y ahora esta va a tardar un chingo. Normal, y esto es el pedo, ¿no? Que ya cuando ves para atrás, cuando se dio la vuelta, ya fue más que el fondo. Y tienes más o menos 6 meses de margen para ello. ¿Qué es lo que puedes ver ahorita? Pon paso a esta zona para caer y de ahí reventar a la alza y no dejar a nadie más comprar. La idea es probablemente te dé otro retesteo en la zona baja, que es donde te deje comprar. Si te está dando FOMO, piensa en eso. Que muy probablemente sí puedas ver el precio venir a la parte mínimo, a la media del canal, si es que no vienes a hacer un mínimo acá en los $55,000 para ir para arriba. Mínimo te debería de dar esto. Creo que ya se puede ir al cielo y la chingada. No, me cuesta trabajo pensarlo, pero sí nos han dado muy malas noticias. Nada más me cuesta pensar que haya sido así de fácil. Tal vez porque yo lo hice, pero me cuesta mucho trabajo pensar que fue así de fácil. Pongan esta banderita. Este es un banderín alcista. Ojo, una vez que lo revientes y confirmes, porque también, si ahorita reventamos esto, no te quieres meter de long ahorita, te quieres meter cuando venga a retestear la parte alta del canal. No es fácil, no es difícil pintarlo. Simplemente usa el mínimo del 5 de junio, júntalo con el 25 de junio y con el 1 de julio. Y nada más levántalo a este máximo. Y ahí te lo está dando perfectamente. Pueden ver cómo respeta perfectamente la zona de la media, pero perfecto. y cómo respeta la parte alta acá. ¿Qué es lo que están viendo Farhan y Alex? Fácil. Arriba de 65,500 porque es donde está básicamente donde estamos. Es más alcista que bajista. No puedes empezar a hacer shorts acá. ¿Dónde puedes empezar a hacer un short y planteártelo? Es en el promedio del 100. Si esto te da un putazo así y no ha retesteado esta zona. ¿Y cuál sería tu objetivo? Regresar a los 65 a retestear la parte alta del breakout o el promedio del 55 para ahí meterte en long. Esto te da una oportunidad de corto con un long. Y ahí tendrías un cambio de tendencia. Porque también tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Y hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido en patrones semanales, no voy a mentir, normalmente te dan fondos. Y es un huevito, ¿no? Lo que tiene acá. Pero lo es. ¿Qué sería bajista? Perder la parte baja de esta vela. Los 63,000, 64, abajo de $64,000. Te pones a hacer cortos. Ahorita no es tiempo de cortos. Ahorita no es tiempo de long. Está muy lejos tu long. Vas a tener mejor probabilidad de pegarle algo si te esperas. Te da este pompazo. Aquí corto, ¿no? Corto. El retesteo acá, long. Es la idea. Todavía no hemos visto. Ahora, lo que sí dijo Alex es que sus objetivos a la baja de 49, etcétera, los tiene que cancelar. Y eso aplica en Solana. Es y recontra. Solana está preparando un movimiento rico. Ethereum está a punto de dar el primer cruce plateado a la alza desde acá. El que lo llevó a los 2,500 casi, 2,460. Está rechazando el 100, que es lo que te deberías de esperar. Recuerden que siempre que vas a testear un promedio por primera vez después de un rato, te va a rechazar y es donde tienes oportunidad de corto. ¿Qué tanta puedes ver? Esto es el movimiento de Bitcoin que estoy esperando. Esto, tal cual. ¿Vieron cómo reventó y luego volvió a caer y ahora viene para arriba? Este es el movimiento de Bitcoin que estoy esperando. Solana también ya lo dio. Solana ya te dio el movimiento para arriba, no ha venido a retestearlo y tal vez no lo venga a retestear, pero ya te dio esto más o menos por acá. Y Solana sigue correteando este cruce plateado a la alza que no te lo ha dado desde este tope. Y antes de eso estás hablando de literalmente desde el mercado alcista en Solana. Estás a nada de tenerlo. El cruce alcista plateado. Ha estado jugando juegos pendejos, pero si esto continúa expandiendo, vas a ver el cruce plateado de Solana a la alza. Tienes todos los promedios aquí abajo, reventar. Primero un rechazo del promedio del 100, pero eso ya te daría el cruce plateado. Eso te dejaría posicionarte en el promedio del 9, en la caída 76 otra vez, y ahí te lo llevas en long, que vas a venir a retestear el 100 y probablemente más arriba 82 y $83 en Solana. Ahí está, para que lo tengan en mente, piénsenlo, si tienen objetivos muy a la baja, hasta la gente que hace esto por regla los acaba de cambiar y solamente les estoy pasando el mensaje. Ustedes saben cuál es mi bias, no se los vengo a cambiar. Perdón que haya tomado tanto este análisis, pero creo que es muy importante. Creo que es más importante ver esto ahorita que eso. Y esto se relacionaría a mi primera idea de que en lo que la bolsa está cayendo, cripto revienta, todo el mundo cree que Bitcoin va a ir a seguir a la bolsa y ese fue el engaño del siglo. Y esto es paciencia. Alguien me había dicho, y quiero que tengan esto en mente, no, hombre, es que ahora que viene la nueva moneda de Circle, la nueva moneda de Coinbase, voy a tener que aguantar la posición de Circle por un año. Tíos, Circle es para aguantarlo de por vida. Si van a poner todo el dinero cash que existe en el planeta y lo van a meter en cripto y lo van a hacer a través de Coinbase, a través de Base, es para que esto lo detengas por años. Nadie está hablando de que esto debería de ser un pompazo de 3 meses. Si estás invirtiendo Estas no son jugadas de 5 meses, 6 meses. No lo son. Aguantamos Lucid. No, no es una jugada de 2 meses, 3 meses. Para nada. O sea, literalmente llevamos invirtiendo en esto desde octubre del año pasado. Pero nuestro promedio ha sido bueno, gracias al cielo. Y pregunta, ¿no? ¿Por qué está cayendo Lucid ahorita? Tíos, ya te dio las divergencias alcistas grandes. Instantáneamente no tiene que subir. Puede venir a retestear tu promedio del 5 acá, tranquilamente en los 620, bajo más alto y vámonos a las carreras. Algo está pasando en Lucid, eso sí. Algo bastante raro. Porque la agresividad que tuvieron para sacar a la gente estuvo cabrona. Entonces, si están comprando estas mamadas, ¿no? Haciendo lo que yo, pero no entienden por qué tienen que arreglar eso o vender estas mamadas. 2, entender que esto que estoy comprando para mí no es de un año. No estoy comprando strategy para ver cómo me va en un año y la verga. No estoy comprando Coinbase para ver cómo me va en un año. No, 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 no. Estos son ciclos de 4 años, tíos. ¿Ok? Básicamente eso. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos ahora sí a ver el euro. Por favor, tradear en la diaria. Pensando en entrar con un 5X, yo quizás sea posible hacer un trading short en el retesteo del promedio del 21. Pega con la media en mi canal y justo con el EMA 5 en la semanal. Yo invalidaría en 11, en 1.14607. All right. Farhano, euro and dollar.
Euro dollar. For a trade?
For a trade on the daily, wondering euro USD, and it's wondering, the person's wondering if, and let me put it on my screen actually, just so I can see it myself, euro dollar on the 21. If he can short the 21, which coins? No, hang on, Lois, hang on. The 21 is where it's at.
Well.
Huh?
You do that voice well.
Right here in 144, and then invalidating that in the 114 in that like previous top. What do you think of that?
21 on the daily?
21 on the daily, yeah.
I see that.
I'm gonna go take a quick piss.
Lower high after sweeping this previous high, a big high here, but still on a macro. This is still a lower high, if you can say macro, because it's a daily time frame. Momentum on daily is currently flipping down now. See if there's any divergences here. This close is 1.147, and this one is 1.146. So there is some hidden bearish divergence because you did take out this previous high while price did make a lower high. And that did confirm. Did it confirm? Not yet. It hasn't confirmed yet, but it will confirm on this close if you close below 1.14244, which you are below at currently. And once that confirms, that is going to give you a target down to somewhere around this 1.136-ish area for a little bit of a bounce, and then you have to see where the daily closes, because if you do lose this 38.2%, you would have a nice little dump ski, another one of these type of moves towards the 78.6, which is currently sitting around like 1.125, somewhere in like $1.12.5, somewhere in that region. Let's say for lower time frames, go to 12-hour. 12 hours also getting a nice dump ski. We're starting to lose the 12-hour median. It's at, you can't see exactly what it's at, but it's at 1.14 something. Let's see if I can try to find it right here. That 1.142-ish area, we're about to lose that. That would bring us down towards retesting these previous lows at the bottom 38.2%, which is at 1.137s. And we've already tested this area 1, 2, like 3 times. This is going to be the 4th time that we are testing it. It gets weaker every single time you touch it. So on this time, probably not going to hold, and that brings us down to that $1.13 area to $1.12 roughly zone. There's also hidden bearish divergence on the 12-hour. 8 hours also right around that bottom 38.2%. That's at 1.1408. And if you start to lose that, this brings you down to 113. 4 hours now trying to get a little bouncy. Did slightly hold the bottom 38.2% of the last 4 hour close. So I would expect a little bit of a move up here to tag somewhere around this 5 EMA, 1.142-ish area to 1.143. I do think this area will reject, and then that's going to give you your move down to $1.13. Go a little lower. 2 hours also currently flipped down. You're making a higher low. Let me zoom in here. You're making a slightly higher low here on the 2 hour, giving you some bullish divergence. That will confirm at any close over 1.14172. And if you can't confirm that divergence, gives you a move up to 1.143-ish area. And then this gives you your entry for the target, entry for the short, which is retesting the silver cross, retesting the 100 EMA, and it puts you closer to your stop, which is this previous lower high. This is at 0.17% for your stop, and then your TP is at 13 cents or $1.13, and that is we can cut it here at 113.5 and run it a little bit. 0.73, several times higher than that 0.17. Several X's. I can't really do the math at the moment how many X's that is, but that's a lot of them. All right, now it's going to the RSI. Alrighty. Daily is now putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below 1.14222, and that will give you a move into the bearish control zone. It doesn't tell you exactly what it is, but it's sitting in that 1.13-ish region. And volatility is at 2 periods of 0%. 8 hour also has bearish divergence because you're targeting the bearish control zone, sitting at the 1.13s region, with volatility expanding from 3 periods of 0% on that bearish divergence. 4 hours got fresh bearish divergence. If you test the edge of the bearish control zone, it puts you in the 1.14-ish region, but you can't see exactly what. I would use the 5 EMA as a gauge, which is around 1.142s to 1.143 as the perfect region to enter this short for the move towards 1.13s. And volatility on the 4 hour is expanding with that bearish divergence. 2 hours also got bearish divergence. So we're on that 1.142 to 1.143 would be the spot. Hourly is putting in bullish divergence. If this confirms, it gives you your target towards that 1.142 to 1.143 is shown, and then that just gives you your entry for this next dumping action. Alrighty. Daily on the euro is now flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below. It doesn't tell you the exact number, but 1.114 something. I'm guessing it's higher than 1.114s. Okay. And you are putting in hidden bearish divergence of multiple drives, taking out all of these previous highs while price made several lower highs. 12 hour also is flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone. 12 hours putting in bearish divergence, regular bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below. It doesn't tell you exactly what, but somewhere at the 1.14s. 4 hours also flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below somewhere at the 1.14s, with volatility now starting to expand on the 4 hour, getting above the 15%. Let's mark this vertical line or horizontal line, I mean. There we go. And right around that 1.142-ish zone would be the spot to short. Let's go down a little bit lower. 2 hours also flipped down. 2 hours putting in possibility of bullish divergence here. That'll take you up to that 1.142-ish zone. Hourly is very close to flipping up. That'll feels that move slightly up. Going to slightly low time frames, and 30-minute is now flipping back up. Let's see if there's any bullish divergence. No, not quite. This is just making lower lows on price and momentum, whereas on the hourly and 2 hour you do have bullish divergence. So the idea here would be, on based off of the daily and below, is that hidden bearish divergence on the daily is going to play out. You get your slight move up towards 1.142, somewhere in that region. You have this last 4 hour wick high as your stop, and then you're aiming for 1.13, but you could front run that at 1.135, and that's still several times the stop loss amount percentage wise.
Thank you. Then we have AVAV for investing.
Already AVAV. AVAV.
AVAV. Y para los gallos que preguntan, sí, vamos a saber si este pompazo, si ahorita nos da un pump Bitcoin, si hay buenas noticias, vamos a regresar a mínimos. Pero si nos dan malas noticias, ahí es lo bueno. Lo raro es que sí nos dieron malas noticias este fin de semana, nada más que la gente no se volvió loca. Y yo necesito noticias donde la gente se vuelva loca. Ahora, esos son pocos eventos, como Strategy y ¿cómo se dice? Y la guerra nuclear con Irán, pero quiero más malas noticias. Es lo que estamos buscando nosotros. Si tenemos más malas noticias y no tienes un mínimo muy grande, no una caída de esas que dices, ¿qué pedo? Esto va para arriba. Si te dan buenas noticias, no, es que ahora sí, Bitcoin es la salvación del planeta, a la verga. ¿Ok? Así es como funciona este pedo. Vamos a ver lo del euro en putiza. El euro. Estás en una clara tendencia bajista, déjenme quito el HBDR, tal cual tu instinto es buenísimo. Espero que hayas tomado desde la media en la diaria esto. Estás en una clara tendencia bajista en el euro desde enero del 2026. Tienes este máximo acá, local. Después de este máximo acá, tienes este alto más bajo más bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo más alto que este, un alto más bajo que este. Y ahí te lleva básicamente vamos a hablar en tendencias grandes, alto, bajo más bajo, después de este alto más bajo. Y tienes un setup de volatilidad no solamente en la diaria, también en la mensual. Algo está cocinando el euro, o más bien el dólar, en contra de todas estas monedas, damas y caballeros. Tienes la debilidad mensual del 5 cayendo por debajo del 9. La última vez que viste esto fue esta caída donde te ajustó chingón. Tienes un cruce plateado a la alza, pero estás por debajo del 9. Puedes decir que estás tal vez intentando quedarte por ahí en el 21, retestando el promedio. Tienes esta consolidación alcista, que normalmente son bajistas, como puedes ver acá, en el euro también, y te llevó para abajo, otra de estas. Y en la diaria, tal cual como dices, oportunidad grande, si estás viendo tu media, que estaba en el 1.42, donde quisiste entrar, o tal vez, espero que hayas entrado. Y sí, o sea, tal cual como lo querías usar, este sería tu punto de salida, que es 0.6%, y esperarías un movimiento básicamente aquí, al 1.13.2. Al 1.13.2. Entonces, tienes toda la razón ahí. Se ve que vas a caer más. Yo sería paciente con esto. Esto tiene cara que va a caer más. Tal vez estoy siendo un poco más ambicioso, ¿no? Pero esto tiene cara que va a caer más ahorita. Pero Farhad dice que hasta el 1.32, al 1.13.2 es donde deberías de caer, y efectivamente donde dijiste invalidarlo tiene sentido. Vale, vamos con la siguiente para AVAV, para invertir.
AVAV. Alrighty. Listo. Quarterly is currently flipped down, about to retest the edge of the bearish control zone here. This comes along with that move up to retest the median, and you've got the rejection. So I'd say if you were to short this, that move is played out. But this is for investing. Let's see if you're taking out this previous low. You are indeed, and you're making a higher low on a closing basis. This low is around $85.66, and you are almost twice that price right now while having taken that out. So you are putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, although this is likely not going to confirm for a good amount of time. This is probably going to be one of those things where probably goes a little bit lower, and then somewhere around this region here, around like $100 to $120, consolidates for a little bit, and it'll then be easier to confirm it, and then you confirm it, putting in your next major macro low somewhere around $100 to $120. This hidden bullish divergence will be looming there in the background as long as you are closing over around that $80-ish, $85 zone. I believe it was $82. And you currently do have a God mode sell signal still playing out. Then with the loss of 38.2%, that would bring you to the 78.6. Although, and the 55 is slightly below there, but you've never tested the 55 before. You front ran it here in 2022 in the bear market, so I have no reason to believe that we would test it here. So I would be looking at that $120 region towards. Possibly the one thing that says 55 for the first time is that it's sitting right around $100 flat, and $100 is so close to 120, and why not? Usually it does like to go for those psychological numbers if they're that close. Monthly also is very extreme to the downside. Volatility is also basically topped out, and it's approaching the 100 EMA, which lines up with the 100%. It's sitting around $130-ish, so you probably do bounce in between. This 100 EMA is where you bottomed out last time before you went to some busting action into new highs. From this 100 EMA, let's see, this was a 308% up. Not bad. This thing is pretty simple. Just bid the monthly 100 EMA. Right off of here, off of 2022, bottomed right at the 100 EMA. COVID, this is COVID here. This is COVID. It came exactly to the 100 EMA. Wow. I guess you could just set your alerts on this thing so anytime it taps the 100 EMA, you just bid this shit. And currently, it's about to tap it.
I think it's that easy.
Yeah, sometimes it really is. What is this company? Electronics, Aerospace, and Defense? Oh, it's a defense company. So then it's always bullish because we're always bombing brown people. Browning people.
Very bullish.
We're browning bomb people. Well, 2 week is about to give us a silver cross on the downside, possibly one maximum 2 more closes before these do cross down, and as long as you're closing below about $200. And once you get that cross down, that likely gives you a little bit of a move down towards somewhere around the 200 SMA, which also puts you closer to like $120-ish, somewhere 120, 130, and you're around that region. But to be honest, for long-term investing, you're so close, does it really matter? You are how far away from $130? Like 10% off, not even 10%. Doesn't really matter that much for if you're thinking years down the line. So while the trading targets are sitting somewhere around those $120 to $130, if you're buying for long term, it's not really that much of a difference between $144 and $130. So you could take that with information with how you will take it. And you're also putting in some bullish divergence here on the 2 week. Because there are a lot of signs that tell you that this could be the bottom, so it's not worth waiting for an extra $14. And weekly is also putting in some bullish divergence, flip down. Weekly will confirm the bullish divergence with any close over $151.88. Once that confirms, I am going to be pretty confident that this is the bottom. 5-day also putting in bullish divergence, possible. 2 days now about to get a breakout over the 38.2%. That would take you towards somewhere around 157, and then that would likely confirm all of your other bullish divergences. Daily is now making it back, or about to make it back into the 38.2%. That's at 144.68. Let's say it's at 144.69. Nice number. And 4 hour daily is now flipped up and exiting the bearish control zone. And 4 hours holding this bottom 38.2%, getting a nice bounce back above the median, slightly above it, like by a couple of cents. And any divergence? No, nothing here. Let's look at RSI. Ew, get this Euro poor bullshit off my screen. I saw people on Twitter who were British legitimately flexing that they were making £26,000 a year.
No way. And I think
They said,
inflation in England's pretty bad, no?
yeah, and they were talking about how that's a lot for them.
Wow, good for them.
And people say Argentines are poor. 6 months got some bearish divergence. You've hit the easy target though, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. You kind of went past that a little bit. If you were to go for the full 6 month 21 EMA, where you have been bottoming at every single time before, that puts you towards $120. But then again, that is $20 lower than where we are now. Not really worth it. Quarterly also has multiple drives of bearish divergence. Also very close to the neutral zone, which is currently at 91.66, although very likely not going to hit that. The easy target would have been the edge of the bullish control zone, which you've already hit. Monthly bearish divergence, the monthly has played out also. You've hit the neutral zone, you've hit the bullish control zone and the neutral zone. 2 weeks put in the local bottom. Now it's yeah, somewhere around this region here, very likely your bottoming zone. So close that it's not worth trying to time this and get the exact one. And the 2 weeks, well, whenever it does silver cross to the downside, probably going to be when the bottom is already in. Like this example here, you got your 2 weeks silver cross. After it crossed, the bottom was already in. Weekly has fresh hidden bearish divergence. You've basically hit the easy target, which is the bearish control zone. The actual exact number would be that same 123 to 124 number, but that's less than $20 away. Weekly's got bullish divergence. Your target from that bullish divergence would be the neutral zone, which currently sits just below $200 at 198. 5 days got some hidden hidden bearish divergence, but you're putting in some possibility for a third drive of bullish divergence here, and that will confirm with any close over $151.88. And then once you've got 3 drives of bullish divergence, you are likely going to make your way into $200. And then if you're one of those dudes who didn't buy at 140 because you're waiting for 125, and then it's at $200, you're going to be regretting that decision. 3-day currently has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, although you have hit, I believe you hit the target. Let me zoom in. Now, yeah, this would be the bearish control zone, and that currently is at 111, but this is going to update several times. Or you also and now you're putting in possibility for bullish divergence, which will confirm with any close over 151.88. So that'll also be 3-day bullish divergence with the 5-day bullish divergence. 2 days already confirmed the bullish divergence. That gives you a target towards a simple moving average at around $160. Daily's got some hidden bearish divergence, but also now you're putting in possibility of bullish divergence that will confirm with any close over 151.88. So the daily, the 3-day, and the 5-day will put in bullish divergence with that close over 151.88. And the daily will give you a target towards 176 on confirmation. Four hours got hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 149.47, right around $150. You are pretty close to taking that out. And now you are exiting the bearish control zone of the 4 hour with volatility back to extreme lows. All right. So I would say for long-term investing, for the trading number, if you want to be very exactly, somewhere around $120 to 110 to 100, like 120 and 110. But for long-term investing, it doesn't really matter. So 140 is not that far off from 120s. I would start buying it around that $140 region, which you are at right now. And then for somewhere around that 120s. If it goes down to that area, start buying some more. I wouldn't use this as your stop, because a lot of people are looking at this, and this is also because this is at the psychological $100 figure. So there's nothing stopping it from going to that psychological $100 figure. I would use this one here, which is actually no, not that one. This one here. This one is at around $70. So if you're entering at around that 140, this is a 50% loss, but this is long-term investment. So, and probably this is not going to take that out, because it's just setting up higher lows before it's getting higher highs. And it's a defense company, so defense company is not going to go bankrupt. There's always war.
What are you talking about? The U.S. never goes to war. There's a lot, dude. I'm sorry. Donald Trump has stopped that war, like you said. How many times?
7 trillion times.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a new war that breaks out every week too. But he does stop war more than he starts, because right now it's during the week. So right now it's stopped. It starts in the weekend.
How many presidents have stopped as many wars?
No one. No one. There's no one in the Guinness World Record book. There's Donald Trump, and then there's no one in the amount of times that he stopped.
People like to give President Harry Truman all the credit for ending World War II, but he only ended it once.
Yeah, what a fucking joke that guy is.
Fucking amateur.
Or was.
He's got nothing on the Donald.
We got one more for you. I'll be super quick with this one. And it's ISRG for investing.
All right.
I'll do this one super quick. Ve esto en la de 2 semanas, normalmente, ¿no? De todo lo que has visto, ¿dónde has tocado fondo? Cerca del S&P 200 o en el S&P 200, cerca del S&P 200. No te compliques tanto la vida, y ustedes, esto aplica para todos ustedes. Ve ya lo cerca que estás de ese S&P 200. Estás literalmente a 14%. Vale la pena esperarte. Te voy a dar 2 ideas. Una, compra donde estás acá con 50% de lo que le quieres meter, y compra una vez que llegue al S&P 200 otro 50%. O otra opción, divídelo en 3. 1, 2, 3. Primera entrada donde estás, segunda entrada del S&P 200 y tercera los $100, que es este mínimo. Puede que te lleves el mínimo, sí, sería exagerado. Cuando lo ves en la mensual, se ve todavía más claro. El EMA 100, que es la línea roja, ha sido tu fondo todas las veces. Y sí, ha habido una vez que lo bajaste. Eso quiere decir que tienes menos chances de que baje tanto. Entonces decide, ¿lo quieres hacer en la de 2 semanas, en 1, en 2 o en 3 diferentes maneras de hacerlo? Y es así de fácil, ¿eh? Cuando estás invirtiendo en algo que va a volver a subir, porque esto es de guerra y pues tenemos que asesinar a esa gente café de mierda en todos lados del mundo, así que esto va a seguir subiendo. Es lo que me imaginaría. Vamos a ver a qué sigue. ISRG. Is that right?
Yeah, ISRG.
Yeah, intuitive surgical. Yeah, because we've come here. Oh, nice. Second target, and then going to the third.
It's another thing that is probably just going to keep making money in America. Medical things.
No. Now, I'm sorry. Now that Elon Musk and everyone is going to give us unlimited health benefits from AI and unlimited wealth, what abundance. Now that we're going to get abundance, they're also going to cure all the cancers so that you don't never have to go to the doctor again. Because if I know something is, the people at the top in America really care about the people. They don't want to make more money. It's just they haven't had a choice, you know, Farhan? That's how it is.
Abundance reminds me of that video of the monk guy sitting there and making music for Bitcoin to go up. And then he would say, abundance.
Oh, yeah. Totally forgot about that.
You're not winning because you're not enriching yourself in abundance.
That's right. That's right.
Quarterly on this also pretty beaten down, very extreme at the downside on momentum and volatility. And you're tapping the 97.5%. This is where you bottomed out last time here in the 2022 bear market. And it did look like complete shit down here. It did look like it was going to go lower. But then you just got a girthy green dildo to the upside and the bottom was in. You can see similarities with momentum also. Actually, momentum is lower now, so it's putting in hidden bullish divergence. Monthly is also pointed down pretty heavily. Let's see if monthly is doing it also. Monthly is also putting in hidden bullish divergence. Maybe you go slightly lower towards the monthly 100. You've kind of front ran it last time around. Actually, no, you kind of touched it. And it's currently sitting at around $330. But this is also for investment, long-term investing. It's $20 away. Is that really going to make that big of a difference? And your stop is going to be this previous low. So if you were to enter somewhere around here, you wouldn't even need to bother with that. That's just where you want to stay above on a closing basis, because this is a long-term trade. Long-term investment. It's not something that'll get liquidated. So, but you'd like to keep this over $180, but somewhere around anywhere between here to this 100 EMA is where I would start layering those buys. And then once you confirm those hidden bullish divergences, that would give you a target towards somewhere around these previous highs, because you got the hidden bullish divergence on the monthly and the quarterly. And from around even from here, that's a move up of like 60%. Not bad. 2-week also pointed down. Volatility expanding. Maybe if you were to come down here, you'd tap that 320s area, which is the same as the monthly 100. You do have a quarterly, 2 weeks over across to the downside. And weekly is also flipped down. Weekly is putting in possibility. Is it? No, it's not lower lows. But it's putting in a higher low from this low here. So there's some slight bullish divergence there. A little far back, but it's still there. 5-day also flipped down, close to flipping back up. Once it closed over the 78.6 at 351.86, then you should see it move up to somewhere around like 390, so it's $400. Okay. 4 hours close to 4 hours. You put in the local bottom here. That actually is going to target somewhere around this 9 at like 369. Nice number. Probably going to go a little bit higher though, somewhere around like 370s. And you do have a nice gap ski here at like $400. Let's check RSI. Did you hear that Trump's teleprompter reader got caught betting on what Iran would do, and he made $80,000? What a fucking loser! If you're gonna do crime and have that type of information, at least get caught stealing millions.
They need to up the bad news or the news. They need to make it more crazy. I feel like the problem is everyone is fighting for everything, right? Like, which is a big goal that they have. Number one, that's like a big goal about like that the news and TV has for you. So the fact that everyone was fighting about the World Cup is already like a major win for them. I'll give it to them. But then I look at the news, and the bad news are so stupidly stupid that I'm like, I don't even believe them anymore. You need to surprise me. I haven't been surprised in a long time. I need to hear something absolutely fucking bonkers. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Bitcoin drops, MicroStrategy is about to fucking explode, and then there's rockets in Kuwait. Like, give me something good. If you're gonna fucking make me or have people feel disgusted by Donald Trump's actions, give me a good one, not an $80,000 bet on. You know what I mean? Like, give me a good one. Like, man, he was betting that kid was gonna die in that fight with another kid, and he won, like the death fight. You know, like, all right, that's awesome. 2 kids fighting to the death in Epstein Island, like, that's dope. Give me a good one.
It's not even entertaining. Only $80,000. That's pennies, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who's getting mad at that anymore? Like, we need higher numbers. We need more spectacular news to get everyone to go even crazier. Because I feel like I'm not even hearing the people get that crazy anymore. The only people I see bitching right now are Tesla investors on Twitter. You haven't made money in 5 years if you bought Tesla. It's starting to see that right now. I'm not buying another share of Tesla until SpaceX is above 135. Oh no, Gary. Oh no.
Elon is devastated.
Oh yeah, no. Like it's the only thing that I see right now that people are concerned with. Give me more like fucking batshit crazy news. That's what I want to see. I want to see people go nuts.
I clearly wouldn't do this because I'm a person of morals and character. But if I was that teleprompter reader, I'd just go all in right before the attacks happen and make a couple of million and not $80,000.
Can you imagine how many people that have like privileged information make so much fucking money beyond like the politicians, like people around in their circles? Come on, that are in meetings.
If you know like about the attacks within an hour or two before, you could literally do like 10,000x.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate.
Wasting this knowledge.
That's right.
Or this information. All right. 6 months got bearish divergence, although you have hit your target, which is the bullish control zone. And after hitting a target of a 6-month bearish divergence, do you want more for long-term investment?
Yeah, it's long-term investment.
No, I mean, do you want more downside after you've already gotten a 6-month bearish divergence?
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, it's crazy.
Yeah. And quarterly's already hit the bearish divergence target. Monthly also. Monthly's made it deep into the bearish control zone. 2-week as well. Got several taps at the critical zone on the 2-week. Weekly's got hidden bearish divergence. That's all basically hit the critical zone. Weekly is setting up for another drive of bullish divergence here. And that would be 3 drives once this one does confirm. Although it's probably not going to confirm for a good amount of time. Maybe a couple of candles. So maybe like a month, 2 months. 3 days also setting up for some bullish divergence. 2 days also setting up for some bullish divergence. Daily as well. 4 hours already confirmed it. That will give you a target towards the bearish control zone that currently sits at $375 right around that zone. So for longer term investing, I would be looking at this monthly 100 EMA. This is the area where you've been bottoming at, right around the 2022 bottom and the COVID bottom, right around the monthly 100 EMA. And you're close enough to it to a long-term investing. It's not really going to matter. It's sitting at it's like $333, not even $20 lower than where we are now. How much of a percentage-wise is that? That's like a move down of less than 5%. So don't be greedy. Somewhere around, I personally would start, if I were to be buying this, scaling in around this $350 area. And if it touches 330s, then add more in that region. And I wouldn't use this as a stop loss, but I wouldn't want it to make monthly closes lower than around $222. But I wouldn't necessarily use this as a hard stop loss. There would be other factors in play there, but not necessarily like just cut it as soon as it comes here because it's long-term investment. And then once those higher time frame hidden bullish divergences play out somewhere around like the quarterly and the monthly, then you would target from here your current highs. And I think we already did that. That was a 68% move. Yes, a 75% move to the upside, and down here is around 37%. So not bad, pretty good.
Oh, excelente, señor. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we go based on the Bitcoin price?
For Bitcoin, I would also be looking for that 65,000. Now that we have gotten the on a 4-hour close over 65,000, we want to see a daily close as well over 65,000, and then from there, I do think that we're going to eventually then play out towards that 67,000 region, maybe get a little pullback around 67,000, and then the weekly bullish divergences target somewhere in the low $70,000 area.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for everything today. Appreciate you, motherfucker.
Muchas gracias, cabrones and cabronas. Buenas tardes and hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
Cochilocos out.
Ok, Cochiloco se nos fue. Tenemos esto. Habíamos puesto esta antes, la de 2 semanas. Me gusta tener y mantener las cosas simples. Pueden ver esto, no sé cuándo lo hayamos analizado, pero tienes los 3 objetivos, ya tocaste 2 de 3. Cuando volteé a ver una tabla de 2 semanas y veo que nunca en tu puta vida has tocado el SMA 200 en la de 2 semanas menos que aquí, adivinen cuál es esa fecha. 2009. Yo diría que tienes una excelente entrada con lo cerca que estás del S&P 200. Si no me hiciste caso y la dividiste en 3, ¿no? Pues, tío, felicidades. Ahora puedes entrar donde estás y literalmente estás del otro lado. No sé qué más decirte. O sea, mucha gente complica un chingo esto de invertir en empresas. Lo difícil, honestamente, es entender qué empresa no va a colapsar por completo. Eso es lo difícil. Lo más cabrón todavía, cuando estás invirtiendo en algo, es poder saber en qué ciclo estoy para invertir en ello. Por ejemplo, y les voy a poner un ejemplo muy estúpido. Si estás en este momento invirtiendo en empresas que hacen impresoras o máquinas de escribir, por más que estén castigadas, te va a ir de la verga, ¿no? Por más que vayan a subir, ¿qué tanto puede subir una empresa que hace impresoras o máquinas de escribir? Nada. Pero si en vez estás en una empresa, en este momento, ¿no? En cualquier cosa de IA o de memoria, pues te va a ir cabrón. Si estás en una cosa de coches eléctricos, que se van a volver los coches en todos lados, etcétera, probablemente te va a ir cabrón. Si estás metido en una cosa cuando están cambiando el sistema financiero a monedas estables, probablemente te va a ir cabrón, o tienes más probabilidades de. Esa es la segunda fase de eso. Y la tercera es, con toda la convicción del mundo, entender que tu empresa en la que estás invirtiendo cuando tiene el bajón no va a irse a la bancarrota. Es esencial, esencial, porque te van a espantar, tío. Y lo acabamos de vivir con Lucy, toda la gente que ha estado en este canal por un rato, lo vieron en carne propia. ¿Cómo se ve y cómo se siente en esos momentos? Así de culero. Y sé que estuvo así de culero por todos los mensajes que me llegaron. Estás en un excelente punto para ya invertir. Nunca, más que en el 2009, has tocado el S&P 200. Puedes o invertir tal cual donde estás y no lo has hecho todo, o rifártela a ver si vienes a tocar el S&P 200. Está en ti, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que vas a querer hacer en la de 2 semanas? Y también tienes básicamente momentum en el MACD. Nunca había estado tan abajo en toda la tabla, en toda la historia. ¿Ok? Y ahora, ¿dónde está el RSI? Sí, o sea, no mames, igual. Está súper. No mames. Como tú quieras. Todo acá, mitad y mitad, 60-40. Ahí lo tienes. Se ve muy bien. ¿Y esto cuánto te lleva de vuelta ahora que el pegue y vaya otra vez a máximo histórico? 70%. Pero esta chingadera sigue siendo máximos tras máximos. ¿Dónde topea octubre del 2021? Va bastante en sincronía con la bolsa. Enero del 2025 y luego tuviste otro doble techo en el pecho en enero del 26. Sí, se mueve muy parecido también a Bitcoin, pero se mueve muy con el mercado. Esta es una buena oportunidad en mi punto de verlo ahorita, donde estás. Preguntan que si hay buenas entradas para Lucid, que ya se nos fue la chingada. Pues para empezar, es un gran precio donde está ahorita. Lucid, rápido. Esta es la de 2 semanas, por eso se ve así. Yo lo que haría es simplemente basarme en la semanal. Tengo divergencia alcista en la semanal y en la de 2 semanas. Tengo mis promedios aquí abajo, en esta zona que también va junto a estas velas cerrando en el 6.45. Si llega por ahí de 6.50, 6.45, ahí puedes entrar bastante a gusto. Y ya depende de qué más vaya a pasar con Lucy, pero se ve bien. Algo aquí, alguna mamada, y si algo pasó, alguien sabe algo y sacaron a todo el mundo antes de lo que viene. Esto no es normal, ¿eh? Esto, lo que vieron con Lucid no es nada normal. Es una de las jugadas más sucias que he visto en mi puta vida en la bolsa. Graoy, qué placer ser parte de ella. Hola Alejandro, me queda mi tercera entrada de Coinbase que no me dio en 130. ¿Qué me recomiendas comprar para esperar la subida después de vender y volver a entrar después de las elecciones. No sabemos si se va a dar ese caso, Melissa, tenemos que ver. Ahorita, por ejemplo, si te interesa, y ahora aquí es lo que te interese, pero para mí, Oracle, tíos, o sea, está regalado. Esto es una mamada. Esto, no sé qué esté pasando, pero esto es una mamada en Oracle. No tengo ni puta idea. Y aparte tienes una divergencia alcista muy posible en la semanal. También en la de 2 semanas. Sí, ¿no? Sí. Yo, tío, si me gusta esta empresa, no, porque por ejemplo, yo no estoy invirtiendo en ella. Tengo todavía mi dinero de Circle. Fui más agresivo con Coinbase, no les voy a mentir. Pero me quedé con Circle esperando otra vez y ahorita ya te está dando un puto pompazo de 10%. Me queda una tercera parte de Circle. Estamos en las mismas. Pero, por ejemplo, Oracle se ve bien. Oracle se ve bien. Si estás en eso. A mí me gusta porque es parte de lo que apoya a Estados Unidos. Tienes una caída más grande de lo que has visto en toda la puta historia, menos en el .com. Ves el RSI creando estas divergencias, posibilidades de divergencias alcistas. Nada más en esas temporalidades. Se ve bien, Oracle. A mí me gusta el precio en que está. No importaría si bajara más, pero tengo que tener convicción en mi apuesta. Esa sería una. Dos, yo creo que aquí yo me estoy haciendo pendejo, ¿no? Poniéndome mis moñitos. Circle no está nada lejos del fondo. Solamente me gustan mis entradas mamalonas, ¿no? Ya saben. Uno que se pone el pie a sí mismo. Ok. Me llegó una idea. Pero qué gatada, ¿no? Coinbase, aquí. Ajá, güey. ¿Cómo no? Una vez que Coinbase pase acá y van a ver el porqué. Vean esta línea deliciosa. Vean esta línea. Una vez que Coinbase reviente los 172, adiós. Fue lo que nos aguantó acá, nos tiró, fue la resistencia acá. Es todo lo que tenemos que esperar. Me mamé con lo de ACHR. Vamos a ver qué era. Archer Aviation. Tal cual, ¿eh? Aquí. Pues, güey, ¿qué tanto la vas a hacer de pedo, no? Me da gusto. Me da gusto. Dame una alegría que soy argentina, güey. Viviste, ve, Melissa, a Messi por ahí y además te vas a llevar una lana. Si tienes dinero ahorita viendo cualquiera de estas oportunidades, no creo que te vaya a ir mal. Una que me llama la atención ahorita y no les voy a mentir es SpaceX. Tengo que ver más porque está 45% abajo, está un recorte 46. La gente que ha estado llore y llore en X ahorita por SpaceX es una mamada. Y también de Tesla. Están llore y llore y llore y llore y llore y llore. Literal fue más abajo de lo que decía Parjano mexicano, como tú, como dijiste, y volví a comprar en los 4.40 y ahí ponte 20%. ¡Qué chingón! Me da gusto, mi Elías. No entiendo qué esté haciendo Lucid. Para mí, no les voy a mentir, si Lucid llega rápido a la zona de los $20 de vuelta, aquí voy a descargar mi posición en Lucid. ¿Por qué y por qué a los $20? Pueden entender lo importante que fue esta zona. Una vez que la perdimos, nunca la retesteamos. Esta era la zona de los $2 antes. Literalmente, ningún inversor en Lucid está en... Yo creo que sacaron a todos acá para empezar. Un pompazo de vuelta para acá, a mí me hace casi no el triple, pero 2.5x en Milana y con eso estoy contento. En Lucid. Si lo da rápido. Si no, y se tarda, y está bien, no hay pedo. Pero si me da un pompazo así fuerte, porque lo que veo es como Rivian. Cuando compramos Rivian, ¿no? Acá en la caída a $8. Tío, ¿dónde vendimos Rivian? La vendimos bastante bien, pero no me acuerdo. Ah, yo vendí en 16 y cacho, porque no me dio, ¿cómo se llama? No me dio tiempo, no me acuerdo qué fue esta mamada. Pero después acá compramos otra vez en marzo del 2015 y vendí en 19, que es acá. Vean el chop que ha tenido, ¿no? Es como Tesla, contento. No tengo prisa, no me quiero llevar el, uy, güey, qué chingón. Vamos, esos están reservados para mis pumps de cripto. Ahí es donde estoy, me voy a quedar por un rato. Qué mamada. Güey, es que a tu vieja no le dices. Yo le conté a Belén después, le estaba contando lo que pasó con Lucid, ya que terminó el pedo, ¿no? Y le digo, para que sepan, mi cuenta de inversión, les conté que cuando empecé a invertir, le dije a Belén, güey, voy a poner todo nuestro cash en la bolsa, voy a meter todo. Y por el próximo año probablemente nuestra cantidad de dinero se vaya a ver como si fuera menos. Y, y me dijo, ok, confío en ti en lo que estés haciendo. Pero ella no tiene la cuenta de inversión en su teléfono. No la quiere tener porque se vuelve loca. Y le estaba contando la historia de Lucid. Y le digo, y la razón por la que sé es porque yo invertí tanto de nuestra lana en Lucid. Y me volteé a ver y me dice, ¿y ya se recuperó? Y yo, sí, ya, no te preocupes, no sé qué. Me dice, ay, ¿cómo haces estas mamadas? No sé cómo no te vuelves loco. Y le digo, ¿por qué no te digo? No hay pedo. Es un buen tip para todos ustedes, de verdad. Si hay una persona en la relación que no aguanta eso, no tiene por qué ver la cuenta. Pero tienes que tomar completa responsabilidad de ello, ¿no? Pero a mí sí, me da hueva aguantar estas posiciones por cuánto tiempo. Ver a toda la gente llorando en Tesla. Imagínense haber descargado aquí. No, que fue 4. Fue aquí, ¿no? Sí. ¿Qué vendimos, chingada? No. Fue el 2025 después de comprar esto. Sí, exacto. 468. Esta nos salió bastante bien. Haber vendido acá, porque no, era 467, porque quería el 469, pero no me dejó. Y fue en esta vela de acá. De acá a acá, ¿cuánto pasó? De marzo a septiembre, güey. Y todo el mundo sigue llorando aquí abajo. ¿No? Si compraron aquí, pues les vale verga, güey. De todas maneras, ve lo bien que está. Pero ya la gente, ¿cómo llora, cabrones? Holdeando. Yo por eso vendo. No quiero aguantar todas esas pinches bola de gente llorando todo el tiempo y arruinándome mi día. Eh, sí, bien, me da gusto, Juaco. Es que sí, güey. Se pone loca la gente. Pero ahorita con toda la gente llorando en Tesla, quiero ver eso, ¿eh? No le estoy diciendo que compren Tesla, pero se me hace muy interesante cómo todos están ahorita. Elon Musk! No entiendo por qué. ¿Qué más hay? Los índices. Esto es lo que para mí me vuelve loco. ¿Cuánta gente no está berreando, no? De acciones, güey, y de cripto. Ven los índices, para que vean, esto había pasado antes. Esto no. O sea, la fuerza que tienen los índices ahorita está cabrona. Está cabrón. Ahí está pinche Circle pompeando un 10%. Nada mal. Nada mal. Yo hoy en la mañana lo vi antes de que abriera, cuando abrió y dije, ¿compro? Pendejo. Pinche Alejandro estúpido. Ah, güey, tu última parte. Strategy, ahí va. Ahí va. Ya dame el pump. Ya déjate de hacer pendejo, güey. Ya todo el mundo se dio cuenta. No, nadie se ha dado cuenta. Bitcoin sigue por acá. Solana. Solana está jugando el mismo juego que Coinbase y ellos. No, güey, es que ya, tal vez no subamos. Hay que recuperar el promedio del 9 por acá. Esto fue un SFP y vámonos. Buena subidota de Apple. Meta está a punto de reventar al alza, yo creo. Y en esta no tengo convicción alguna, ¿eh? Simplemente viendo la tabla semanal, viendo esto, que estés aquí, esto debería reventarte altos históricos. ¿Por qué está tan castigado Meta? En sí, ¿por qué está tan castigado todo, no? Vean a Microsoft. Pero si voy a comprar una de estas mierdas, voy a comprar Oracle todo el día. Todo el día. No mames. ¿Por qué está ahí? Ah, porque van a gastar lana y ya. Che, gente, no aguanta nada. Vean a mi delicioso Ethereum, nada más, pompeando, dejando a su padre orgulloso de él. Güey, deberían de hacerme el CEO de Ethereum. Soy el único pendejo que confía en esta estupidez. En vez de ese pinche güey vergudo de Vitalik. Eh... Para la gente preguntando, otra entrada en Coinbase, no estás tan lejos del fondo en Coinbase, güey. ¿Qué estás? Y ahora, espérenme, esto tiene que aplicar para mí con Circle. Estás 17% del fondo. No voy a contar voy a contar el local acá. 15%. En realidad, Circle tiene sentido todavía bastante. Está muy castigado. Vean, de donde está Circle. ¿Se acuerdan que platicábamos y les decía, güey, va a regresar a estos niveles, va a regresar? Y que la gente decía, no, güey, ya se nos fue. Tiene todavía un pump posible al precio en el que está de 3,5x. Ok, ya entendí mi propio mensaje a mí mismo. Gracias. Gracias, Alejandro. Verga, qué bonito cripto. Pero me gusta que se esté tomando su tiempo. Me gusta que no se estén dando cuenta de esta consolidación alcista que está creando. ¿Qué mierda es Bitcoin? Es una mierda. Pero qué bien me cae. No es el güey que te... Vamos a ponerlo difícil. Ahí. Una vez que revientes aquí, papi, pum, retesteo y ese va a ser para arriba. Un buen pump de Ethereum. Se ve bien. Todavía un 28%, donde estamos un 26%. Ya se llevó a Strategy de corbata. Aunque ahí va Strategy con ese $100. Yo les había dicho que Palantir era una buena opción, mis hermanos, también. Vamos a ver. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, no tienes un cruce dorado. No sé cuál es el cruce dorado en la semanal, pero esto tiene cara que lo va a deshacer y va a ir para arriba. Vamos a ver si sí. Palantir para mí ya bajo el SMA 100, del EMA 100, era una mamada en la semanal. No lo había visto desde el 2022, güey, el mercado bajista del 2022. Compraría Palantir. ¿Qué tan castigado está Palantir? Llegó a estar 48. Güey, aquí, si están interesados en este tipo de empresas, Oracle, no veo por qué vergas no en vez de estas. Palantir está como en medio de la indecisión. Ese pump de Circle con todas las monedas estables será de 10x. El de, sí, güey, no puedo imaginar. Una vez que eso pegue, es que, imagínate, Tether fue el piloto. Tether fue el piloto. Si meten Circle, y lo que más me gustó de esto es que no lo hicieron obvio en cripto. que no te dieron una moneda para la moneda de base, que te dieron una acción. Eso fue lo que más me gustó, porque eso deja que la gente no comprenda bien lo que están comprando. Me encantó, porque base se va a llevar un porcentaje, una comisión, y esto va para Coinbase también, de todo el dinero gringo que se convierta en pinches monedas estables fuera del sistema bancario. O sea, no mames. No mames. Qué pompazo de Circle. Ahí va también, pinche MicroStrategy. Hasta Lucid ya está pompeando. Hoy es un buen día para ser yo. Un muy buen día para ser yo. Siempre es un buen día para ser yo, pero hoy más. ¿Qué más hay que esté interesante? El petróleo va para arriba, ¿eh? Que no, que huevos, putos. Esto es lo que les digo, no tiene sentido alguno esto. Sobre todo la de 2 años, ahí está con el S&P 200 peleándose después de haberlo perdido. Nel, güey, te tiene que rechazar. Esto no tiene sentido alguno. Nada. Y ya lo rompió a la alza, ¿eh? ¿Por qué vergas subirían los intereses cuando vas literalmente a comprar toda la puta deuda del planeta? Aquí hay algo que me huele bien. Seguimos en este banderín pendejo. ¿Dónde va a ser el primer lugar que se vea lo que va a pasar con los intereses? Yo creo que va a ser cripto. Vamos a ver si sí. Vamos a ver si sí. Vamos a ver qué hace. Lo único que tenemos, y para toda la gente que me pregunta siempre, ¿y dónde vas a vender? Vamos a ver qué putas noticias, qué parte del ciclo estamos, etcétera. Por ejemplo, no tengo como un plan para vender mi Ethereum, ¿no? No sé cuál vaya a ser, pero para mí lo que me guía, lo que probablemente me vaya a hacer vender Ethereum es cuando todo el mundo ya entienda lo que es Ethereum. Cuando todo el mundo ya te dé lecturas de qué es Ethereum de verdad, ahí es donde voy a vender. Falta muchísimo para eso. Le pregunté a Grok, ¿qué tesorerías de las empresas? ¿Qué tesorerías de las empresas? Y cuando veo los ceros, no creo volver. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver cómo nos va. Lo bueno de Coinbase y de Circle es que los dos, Circle sube, Coinbase sube. Coinbase sube, Circle sube. Los dos van de la mano. Porque Circle en sí hace un chingo de lana, pero Coinbase hace más lana de Circle que Circle mismo. Entonces, ¿cómo es esto posible? No me acuerdo exactamente cómo funciona esa dinámica, pero así funciona. Oclo. Todavía le queda. Uf, estaría rico. Aquí en Newport se pone bien la cosa. Bueno, con eso me voy. Ha estado interesante el inicio de semana. Lo que me gustaría ver, de nuevo, no puedo confirmar nada. No voy a decir que, ya salimos de estas, la chingada, ¿no? Pero es interesante ver cómo Alex y Farhan cambiaron la tonada. Yo no me lo esperaba ahorita. Vieron al principio, le dije a Alex, ¿no? Porque al principio Alex, antes de ver todo, estaba de, no, es que todavía sigue bajista. Y luego, poco a poco, en lo que él estaba viendo los precios de todo, cambió la canción. Me gustó ver eso, me gustó ver a Farhan también ver eso. El que se hayan percatado, ¿no? De, güey, le estoy haciendo corto todo el tiempo y no me deja mover mi stop loss, pero no me está dando nada, ¿no? Te da como los pujitos para abajo. Eso fue parte de lo que habíamos visto en el mercado bajista de Bitcoin acá, que me gustó mucho. Aquí fue la primera vez que me di cuenta, ok, ya entiendo cómo se siente un cambio de tendencia y más o menos estoy sintiendo esto aquí. Aquí no, aquí no. ¿Y por qué no se sentía? Esto fue muy esperado y lo jugó tal cual. Esto fue muy esperado. Pero aquí sí se siente. Y la trampa de Bitcoin, la jalada mental, todo eso, me quito todos mis dibujitos de esta tabla. Aquí en Bitcoin sí siento lo mismo que acá. Y pueden ver, aquí hubo un bajón, 2 bajones, 3 bajones. 1, 2, 3. Ahora te los dio, me dio no fue back to back, pero 2 semanas seguidas sí. Acá fue una sí, una no. Una sí, 1, 2, 3 no, y la cuarta sí antes de subir. Es lo que yo esperaría. Me gustaría ver, a mí me encantaría ver esto. Que te dé un bajón del último bajón rápido, que no fue nada, el último bajón ya estabas en 76,000 y te bajó a 74,600. Y de ahí pito, güey. Pero también esta gatada que acaba de jugar, puede que ya lo haya hecho. Me gusta, me encantan las trampitas. También me gusta que no esté pompeando, que no me esté dando el pump de agosto, septiembre, que todo el mundo esperaba, de julio a agosto, que todo el mundo estaba esperando. Me gustaría más que se quede por aquí. Eso sería ideal. Pero quiero malas noticias, quiero peores noticias de cripto. Quiero escuchar algo muy negativo de cripto. Es lo que quiero escuchar para saber qué vamos. Ya la noticia en sí de lo de la guerra y todo eso era bueno, pero quiero ver más. Yo no creo que lo del Clarity Act lo vayan a usar igual que lo usaron antes. Están diciendo que estamos ante el compra el rumor y vende las noticias No, yo no creo que eso vaya a ser el caso esta vez. No, a la gente no le puedes aplicar la misma 2 veces seguidas. Todo esto fue el pump de la primera pasada del Clarity Act. Yo no creo que le estén vendiendo a la gente lo mismo. Yo creo que te pueden vender esa noticia de diferente forma. Yo creo que lo que pueden hacer es 2 cosas, ¿no? Que de verdad pase el Clarity Act en agosto y todo el mundo diga, huevo, güey, va a caer, y pito se vaya para arriba. Y la segunda cosa sería que digan, no, güey, no lo pasaron. No lo pasaron, se ve peor para cripto. Y esas serían las malas noticias que nos llevan para arriba. Pero yo quiero malas noticias. Quiero malas noticias. Hoy nos tiraron que Michael Saylor no iba a comprar Bitcoin. Y vean, ya vamos para arriba. Qué locura. ¿Cómo funciona esto, no? Son unos hijos de puta. En fin, los voy a dejar con esa. Gracias a todos por acompañarme el día de hoy a esto. Recuerden que si van a estar tradeando esta semana, vamos a estar dando $5,000 esta semana en BLOFIN. Entonces, váyanse a usar el enlace BLOFIN. Alguien preguntaba si iba a usar yo PIONEX. Estoy usándolo, estoy aprendiendo. Les dije hasta en el video de cómo usarlo. Empiecen con poquito, no se me atasquen. Uy, buen pump de estas mamadas. No se me atasquen ahí en PIONEX, ¿no? Empiecen con poquito y vean cómo se sienten. Porque yo mismo sé cómo usarlo, pero estoy aprendiendo las mañas de lo mismo. ¿Qué es lo que me conviene? ¿Dónde? Etcétera. Entonces, se me hace divertido que puedas tener un bot que te tradea rangos automatizados. Ahí lo tienen. Les mando un abrazo a todos. Gracias por estar aquí. Vamos a ver cómo nos va con todas estas pendejadas. Un abrazote.